check. parliamentary etiquette and leadership values, preparing young minds to think responsibly, speak constructively, and participate meaningfully in the nation's democratic journey. The words "We the people of India" remind us that democracy is a shared responsibility guided by values and collective conscience. With this thought, let us begin today's program by seeking divine blessings through a prayer. I invite Dhwani team from Alva's Institute of Engineering and Technology to lead us in the prayer.
वर्षतु पर्जन्यः पृथिवी सस्यशालिनी देशोऽयं शोभरहितः सज्जनाः सन्तु निर्भयाः काले वर्षतु पर्जन्यः पृथिवी सस्यशालिनी देशोऽयं शोभरहितः सज्जनाः सन्तु निर्भयाः मगमपमाद पदनिद दनि सानि द पमगपा दनि रे सानि द पमगमपमरे गामा स्वस्ति प्रजाभ्यः परिपालयन्ता न्यायेन मार्गेण महिषाः स्वस्ति प्रजाभ्यः परिपालयन्ता न्यायेन मार्गेण महिषाः सर्वे जनेभ्यः शुभमस्तु नित्यम् लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु सर्वे जनेभ्यः शुभमस्तु नित्यम् लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु मगमपमाद पदनिद दनि सानि द पमगपा दनि रे सानि द पमगमपमरे गामा सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्.
Thank you, students, for setting a thoughtful tone for the program. We are deeply honored by the august presence of this distinguished gathering, which truly enriches today's occasion. I now invite Ms. Neetu Shri from 3rd year BA to formally welcome the gathering.
Leadership is not about title or designation. It's about impact, influence, and inspiration. Respected dignitaries on the dais, esteemed faculty members, and my dear students, a very good morning to one and all. It's indeed a matter of great honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the campus parliament. This distinguished platform has been established to foster democratic values, parliamentary awareness, and leadership among the youth. It provides an opportunity for our students to engage meaningfully in discussion, express their ideas, and develop a sense of responsibility and civic consciousness. We shall now proceed with the formal welcome of our esteemed dignitaries. On behalf of Alva's College, Moodubidire, I have the honor to request Srimati Sandhya K.S., Dean of Humanities, to cordially welcome Sri Vivek Alva, the President of the program. I request Sri Mamata R., Vice Principal of Alva's Law College, to graciously welcome Mr. P.G.R. Sindhya, the prominent politician of Karnataka. I now invite Mr. Ishwar, HOD of Economics, to respectfully welcome Dr. Kurian, Principal of Alva's Degree College, and acknowledge his guidance and support. I call upon Mrs. Jushwita, the HOD of Psychology, to formally welcome Mantesh GS, Principal of Alva's Law College, and extend cordial greetings. I extend a respectful welcome to all the heads of the departments of Alva's Education Foundation, whose leadership and guidance continue to inspire excellence. I also extend a warm welcome to all the students of Alva's Education Foundation, where leadership and guidance continue to inspire excellence. I trust that today's program will be insightful, engaging, and inspiring. Once again, I warmly welcome you all and wish the Campus Parliament a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, Neetushri, for the warm welcome. To mark the formal inauguration of Campus Parliament 2025, I respectfully request our esteemed Chief Guest, Shri P.G.R. Sindhya, to inaugurate the program by lighting the ceremonial lamp. I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly join him.
नमोस्तुते ओ दीप ब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीप ब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः
Thank you, sir. The lighting of the lamp symbolizes the illumination of knowledge, wisdom, and democratic spirit. As we proceed, it's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished chief guest, a senior Indian politician and the State Chief Commissioner of Bharat Scouts and Guides, who has made significant contributions to public service and youth development. I now invite Ms. Lakshya, student of third year BA, to formally introduce him.
It's a great honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed guest P.G.R. Sindhya. Panduranga Ganesh Rao Sindhya, also known as P.G.R. Sindhya, is a former teacher who is a senior Indian politician from Karnataka and a respected leader in public administration. He has served the state in several important roles, including Home Minister of Karnataka, where he was responsible for internal security, law and order, and public safety. He has also held the portfolios of health and irrigation, contributing significantly to the development of these sectors. He represented India internationally as a member of delegation to the USSR and Cuba in 1978, strengthening diplomatic relations. As a legislator, he is known for his discipline, integrity, and commitment to public service. Currently, Mr. Scindia serves as the State Chief Commissioner of the Bharat Scout and Guides, Karnataka. Under his leadership, major events such as state-level jamborees, the 17th National Jamboree in Mysuru were organized. He also organized the first ever International Cultural Scouts and Guides Jamboree in December 2022 with the Association of Alva's Education Foundation. His efforts during the COVID-19 pandemic motivated lakhs of youth to actively participate in service activities across the state. A statesman, model parliamentarian, and dedicated public servant, it is indeed an honor to have PGR Scindia inaugurate the campus parliament. We extend a warm and respectful welcome to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakshya. It's now time to invite our esteemed Chief Guest, Sri PGR Scindia, to address the gathering and inspire our young students to embrace leadership, democratic values, and public service. Sir, please.
ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಯುವ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರುವ ಆಳ್ವಾಸ್ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಿತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ವಿವೇಕ್ ಆಳ್ವಾರವರೇ, ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರುಗಳೇ ಮತ್ತು ಯುವ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್ಸಿನ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟಿನ ಮಾದರಿ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟನ್ನು ನಾನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಈ ದೀಪವನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗೋದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕವಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸಂಕೇತವಾಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಯು ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಆಳ್ವಿಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆ, ಲೋಕಸಭೆ, ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಜನಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಮಂಡಿಸಬೇಕು, ಈ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಳುವ ಪಕ್ಷದಿಂದ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಪರಿಹಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಪಡಿಬೇಕು, ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದವರು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ವರ್ತನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಸಹಿತ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಭಗವಂತ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮೂಲಕ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಭಗವಂತನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಶ್ರೀ ಮೋಹನ್ ಆಳ್ವಾರ್ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಮುಖಂಡರು. ಅವರು ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆ, ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತು, ಲೋಕಸಭೆಯ ಪ್ರವೇಶ ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆದರೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಮೋಹನ್ ಆಳ್ವಾರ್ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಮೋಹನ್ ಆಳ್ವಾರ್ ಅವರ ಸರ್ವಾಂಗೀಣ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾರು ಹೋಗಿರುವವನು. ಕಲಾಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ, ಸಂಗೀತ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ, ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ, ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ, ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಇವೆಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹಿತ 21ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಲಿರುವ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಗಳನ್ನು ಗಮನಿಸಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ಜನ ಯುವಜನರನ್ನು ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಅಹೋರಾತ್ರಿ ಒಂದು ಯಜ್ಞದ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ದೇಹದ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಲಕ್ಷಿಸಿಯೂ ಸಹಿತ ದುಡಿತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮನಗಂಡು ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯಚಕಿತನೂ ಸಹಿತ ಆಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಉತ್ತಮ ನಾಗರಿಕನನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲ ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ನಿಂತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆರೆಹೊರೆಯವರ ಆಶೋತ್ತರಗಳನ್ನು ಈಡೇರಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವವನ್ನು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಒಂದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಉತ್ತಮವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಗರಡಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವನು. ಅದರಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ವಿನೂತನವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಹಲವಾರು ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ನೀವು ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯವರು, ಮಾನ್ಯ ವಿವೇಕ್ ಆಳ್ವಾರವರು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾಗಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಶೀಲವಾಗಿ ಎಳೆ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಬೃಹತ್ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಆಡಳಿತವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸೋದರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಮಹತ್ತರವಾದ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ಅವರು ಗಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಇತರೆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ಅದನ್ನು ಅರಿತು ಅದರ ಮೂಲಕವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮನ್ನು ತಾವು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸೋದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹಿತ ಉತ್ತಮ ನಾಯಕರಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ಸಹಾಯದ ಹಸ್ತವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಉತ್ಸಾಹವನ್ನು ಕಂಡು ನಾನು ಬೆರಗಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಉತ್ಸಾಹ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಈ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ಸಾಹಭರಿತವಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಮೂಲಕವಾಗಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಳ್ವಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಗೆ ಅವರ ತ್ಯಾಗ, ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಶ್ರಮ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಲಿ. ಭಗವಂತ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲೂ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಹಾರೈಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲರುಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರುಗಳು ಒಂದು ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟವಾದ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯೋದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರುಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರು ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕಮ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ ಮೆರಿಟ್. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇ ಆದ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ, ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇ ಆದ ಅರ್ಹತೆ, ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇ ಆದ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಶೀಲತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಪಂದನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಶಿಸ್ತು, ಸಮಯ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹಿತ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರುಗಳು ಚಾಚೂ ತಪ್ಪದೆ ಪಾಲಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷವನ್ನುಂಟು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ವೃಂದದವ್ರಿಗೆ, ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋಣ. ಭಾರತ ದೇಶ ಇದು ಒಂದು ದೇಶವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಿಜ. ಸಾವಿರಾರು ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಯುಗಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹಿತ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಆಡಳಿತವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವರು ಅವರು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಅರ್ಹತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಂಥ ಮಹಾನ್ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ನಾವು ಪುರಾಣಗಳನ್ನು ಓದಿದಾಗ, ವೇದಗಳನ್ನು ಓದಿದಾಗ, ಭಾರತೀಯ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಮೂಲ ಗ್ರಂಥಗಳನ್ನು ಓದಿದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಇದರ ಮನವರಿಕೆ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ ಅಥವಾ ಡೆಮಾಕ್ರಸಿ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ನ್ಯೂ ಟು ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅಟ್ ಆಲ್. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಂಥ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರ ಕೈಗೆ ಈ ದೇಶ ಹೊರಟೋಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ಬಂದರು, ಅವರ ಆಸೆಗಳನ್ನು ಈಡೇರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಮುಳುಗದ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದನ್ನೂ ಸಹಿತ ಗಳಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಈ ದೇಶದ ಸಂಪತ್ತನ್ನು ಗಳಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಈ ದೇಶದ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು ತಮಗೆ ಹೊಂದುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಇದರ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಆವತ್ತಿನ ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಅವಶ್ಯಕವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಮೊಘಲರು, ಫ್ರೆಂಚರು, ಡಚ್ಚರು ಹೀಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬಂದು ಈ ದೇಶದ ಸಂಪತ್ತನ್ನು ಕೊಳ್ಳೆ ಹೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳಿದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಂಶಗಳು. ಈಗ ಭಾಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವದ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಆದರೂ ಏನಿತ್ತು? ನಾವು ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಗಳಿಸಿದ್ವಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವ ಸಿಕ್ತು, ತ್ಯಾಗ ಆಯಿತು, ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಜನ ಪ್ರಾಣವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು, ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರದ ಮನೆ ಮಠಗಳನ್ನು ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಈ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರವಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಏನು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇತ್ತು? ಅದರ ಮುನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲೇ ಸಣ್ಣ ಪಾಳೆಗಾರರು, ಒಂದು ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ದೊರೆಗಳು, ಈ ರೀತಿ 1,000ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನ ದೊರೆಗಳು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಆಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರು. ನಮಗೆ ಭರತಖಂಡ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹೆಸರಿದ್ರೂ ಸಹಿತ ಭಾರತ ಒಂದು ದೇಶದ ಹಾಗೆ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದೊಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹಿತ ತಮಿಳರಿಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಇಬ್ಬರು 3-4 ಜನ ದೊರೆಗಳು. ಅವತ್ತಿನ ಮೈಸೂರು, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಅವತ್ತಿನ ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಡೆಯರ್ ವಂಶಸ್ಥರು. ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿವಾಜಿಯ ನಂತರ ಶಾಹು ಮಹಾರಾಜರು, ಉತ್ತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಣಾ ಪ್ರತಾಪ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅವರು, ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಂಥ ಕೆಲವು ಮೊಘಲ್ ದೊರೆಗಳು, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೂ ಸಹಿತ ನಮಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಂತು ಈ ದೇಶದ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಯ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಮಹತ್ವವನ್ನು ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಶೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದೇ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಜನಗಳ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಇಂಥ ದೊರೆಗಳು ಆಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಒಂದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಆಳಿದಾಗ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬಹುಶಃ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಯುದ್ಧ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ, ಹಿಂಸೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಅಹಿಂಸಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ಗಳಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ. ಅದರ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಗಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಅಹಿಂಸಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಚಳವಳಿ ನಡೆದ್ರೂ ಸಹಿತ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಮಾರ್ಗಗಳಿತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕು. ಅನೇಕರ ಮೇಲೆ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ಗುಂಡು ಹಾರಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವವನ್ನು ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದರ ಮೂಲಕವೇ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನೇತಾಜಿ ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಚಂದ್ರ ಬೋಸ್ ಅವರು ಹಿಂಸೆಗಿಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗಾದ್ರೂ ಸಹಿತ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಾವು ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಯ ಸೈನಿಕರನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ದಿನಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಜನಗಳ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯದ ಕಿಚ್ಚೇನದೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮನೋಭಾವ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರಿಗೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಯಿತು. ನಾವು ಭಾಳ ದಿನ ಇದನ್ನು ಆಳಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಸಹಿತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅವರು ವೈಸ್ರಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ದೊರೆಗಳು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಆಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನಾವು ವೈಸ್ರಾಯ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಲಾರ್ಡ್ ಮೌಂಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟನ್ ಅವರು ಕೊನೆಯ ವೈಸ್ರಾಯ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆಗ ಅನೇಕ ಸುತ್ತಿನ ಮಾತುಕತೆಗಳು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ದುಂಡು ಮೇಜಿನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತು. ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಲಂಡನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ನಿಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಭಾಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅಂಶವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಯುವಕರು ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕು. ಭಾರತ ದೇಶ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಾಗ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾದ ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರ, ಆಕ್ಯುಪೈಡ್ ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರ, ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ, ಬಾಂಗ್ಲಾದೇಶ ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಸಹಿತ ಕೂಡಿ ಭಾರತ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಯಕರುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಅಲಿ ಜಿನ್ನಾರ್ ಅವರು ನಂತರ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನದ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕವಾದ ದೇಶ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜನಬೆಂಬಲವೂ ಸಹಿತ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಜನಬೆಂಬಲ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದಾಗ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಯಕರುಗಳು ದೇಶದ ವಿಭಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯವಾಗಿ. ಆಗ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಹುಟ್ಟುತ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನದಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಒಂದು ಈಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೆಲವು ದೊರೆಗಳು ನಾನೇನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅವರೂ ಸಹಿತ ನಾವು ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಚರಿತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಹೈದರಾಬಾದಿನ ನಿಜಾಮರು ನಾವು ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನದಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ದೇಶದ ಮಧ್ಯಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋದರಿಂದ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಸರ್ದಾರ್ ವಲ್ಲಭಾಯ್ ಪಟೇಲ್ರವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ನಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹಿತ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಯುದ್ಧದ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ದಿನಗಳ ಕಾಲ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ತಡೆಗಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ಆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನನ್ನು ಸೋಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಿಜಾಮರು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇ ಆದ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಂತ ಆರ್ಮಿ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ರಜಾಕರ್ಗಳದ್ದು. ರಜಾಕರ ದಬ್ಬಾಳಿಕೆಯೂ ಸಹಿತ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಈ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿ 1947ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯದ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ 14ರ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಅಥವಾ ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ 15ನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ದಿನವನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ನಮ್ಮ ಆಳ್ವಿಕೆ ಮುಗೀತು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಆಳ್ವಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಬಹುತೇಕ ದೊರೆಗಳು ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಂಬಲವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಹೋರಾಟದಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹಿತ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ ಅವರ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ಸಂಪತ್ತನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೆ, ಭಾರತ ದೇಶ ಒಂದು ಸಮರ್ಥ ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ದೇಶವಾಗಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹಾರೈಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದೆರಡು ಜನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅದನ್ನು ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಿಜಾಮ್ರಂಥವ್ರು. ಅಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ 47ರ ನಂತರ 48ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ದಾರ್ ವಲ್ಲಭಾಯ್ ಪಟೇಲ್ರವ್ರ ನಾಯಕತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ, ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ನ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅನೇಕ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಭಾರತದ ಒಕ್ಕೂಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸೇರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಹೇಗೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಾವು ಆಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಕರು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು 100 ಜನಗಳ ಪಂಡಿತರುಗಳು, ಕಾನೂನಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರುಗಳನ್ನು ಕರೆದು ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಯೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಯೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು ಬರೀಬೇಕು. ಇದರ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತೀರ್ಮಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರು ಮಧ್ಯಪ್ರದೇಶದ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಕುಟುಂಬದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸೈನಿಕರ ವಂಶಸ್ಥರಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಹುಟ್ಟುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರ್ತದೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅನೇಕ ದೊರೆಗಳು, ಸಯ್ಯಾಜಿರಾವ್, ಶಹಾಜಿರಾವ್ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ದೊರೆಗಳು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಇಂಗ್ಲೆಂಡ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಲಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು, ಅರ್ಥಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ಬರೋಡಾ ಮಹಾರಾಜರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅರ್ಥಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕೇವಲ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ನ್ಯಾಯಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಗದ ಮುಖಂಡರನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ, ವಿಚ್ ಈಸ್ ಟೋಟಲಿ ರಾಂಗ್. ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ ಲಾ, ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಎ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಎಕಾನಮಿಸ್ಟ್. ಈ ದೇಶದ ಅರ್ಥವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದವರು. ಅವರು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪದವಿಯನ್ನು ಗಳಿಸಿ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರೋಡಾ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಅರ್ಥಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ವಿಚಾರ. ಅವರ ನಾಯಕತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಸಮಿತಿ ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ದೇಶದ ಭಾಷಾವಾರು ಪ್ರಾಂತ್ಯಗಳಾಗಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷ ಅಂದರೆ ಕೇರಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲಯಾಳಂ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಂಧ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಲುಗು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ತಮಿಳುನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತಮಿಳು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಉತ್ತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಬಿಹಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಗಿ ಹಿಂದಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅನ್ನೋ ಅನೇಕ ಭಾಷೆಗಳು ಸಹಿತ ಮೈಥಿಲಿ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಭಾಷೆಗಳಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಿಜ. ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮರಾಠಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಂಗಾಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂಗಾಳಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ದೇಶವನ್ನು ಇಡೀ ಆಗ ಒಂದು 40 ಕೋಟಿಯಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದ್ವಿ ನಾವು. ಇವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಆಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅನೇಕ ಭಾಷೆಗಳಿವೆ, ಅನೇಕ ವೇಷಭೂಷಣಗಳಿವೆ, ಅನೇಕ ರೀತಿಯ ಆಸ್ಪಿರೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಭೌಗೋಳಿಕವಾಗಿ ಗುಡ್ಡಗಾಡುಗಳಿವೆ, ಭೌಗೋಳಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅನೇಕ ಬೆಟ್ಟಗಳಿವೆ, ಪರ್ವತಗಳಿವೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹಿತ ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಭಾಷಾವಾರು ಪ್ರಾಂತಗಳನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸಮಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಭಾಷಾವಾರು ಪ್ರಾಂತಗಳು ಆಗ್ತವೆ. ನಾವಾಗ ಇದೊಂದು ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಮದ್ರಾಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಉಡುಪಿ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿ, ರಾಯಚೂರು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಮದ್ರಾಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಉಳಿದ ವರ್ಷ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೈಸೂರು ಪ್ರಾಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಗಭದ್ರಾ ಹೊಳೆಯವರೆಗೂ ಸಹಿತ ಅಂದರೆ ಹರಿಹರದವರೆಗೂ ಸಹಿತ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಅದರ ಮೇಲ್ಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ 7 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳು ಸಹಿತ ಬೆಳಗಾವಿ, ಕಾರವಾರ, ಬಿಜಾಪುರ, ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆ, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಗದಗ, ಹಾವೇರಿ, ಧಾರವಾಡ ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಸಹಿತ ಮುಂಬೈ ಪ್ರಾಂತದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತವೆ. ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡಿಸಿ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಭಾಷೆಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆ ಭಾಷಾವಾರು ಪ್ರಾಂತಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಭಾಷಾವಾರು ಪ್ರಾಂತಗಳನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಭಾಷೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇದೆ, ವೃತ್ತಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇದೆ, ಪದ್ಧತಿಗಳು ಬಹಳ ಇದೆ. ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಆಳ್ವಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು 2 ವರ್ಷದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಈ ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಸಮಿತಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸಮಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದರ ಮುನ್ನ ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ಜನ, ಸುಮಾರು 150-200 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯದ ಹೋರಾಟ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಅನೇಕ ಜನ ಪ್ರಾಣವನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ಲೆಕ್ಕಿಸದೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯವರು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಆ ಹೋರಾಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಮನೆಯಿಂದನೂ ಸಹಿತ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಮನೆ ಮಠಗಳನ್ನು ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಯುವಕರು ಆಂದೋಲನದ ನಾಯಕತ್ವವನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಾವು ಆಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ಆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಆಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ. ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಬಲ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ನಾವು, ಪೀಠಿಕೆ. ಆ ಪೀಠಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ, ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಸಮಾನವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಹಿತ ಸಮಾನವಾದ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಾತಿ ಧರ್ಮಗಳನ್ನು ಸಮಾನವಾಗಿ ನೋಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ, ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಕೆಲವು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾದ ಶಬ್ದಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೇ ನಾವು ಲೋಕಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಂತಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಳ್ವಿಕೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆಗಳನ್ನು, ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸಂವಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈರು ಲೋಕಸಭೆ, ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭೆ. ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 35 ವರ್ಷದ ಮೇಲ್ಪಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು. ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವರೆಲ್ಲ ಲೋಕಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿರಬೇಕು. ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಜನಗಳು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಓಟನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಆರಿಸಬೇಕು. ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭೆಗೆ ಈ ಜನಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳು ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಒಂದೊಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯದಿಂದ ಆಯಾ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆಗಳ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನ ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭಾ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಇರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರ ಪ್ರಕಾರವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭೆ, ಲೋಕಸಭೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹಿತ ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತು ಮತ್ತು ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇದು ಮೊದಲನೇ ಟೈರ್. ಇದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 1975-80 ನಂತರ ಇದು ಕೇವಲ ಲೋಕಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಕೇವಲ ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಲಲ್ಲ, ಕೆಳಹಂತದಲ್ಲೂ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ, ತಾಲ್ಲೂಕು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಸಪರೇಟಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ನಿಬಂಧನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮೊದಲನೇದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಇದೆ. 1985-86ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀಮಾನ್ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರ ನಾಯಕತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ನಜೀರ್ ಸಾಬ್, ರಾಚಯ್ಯ, ದೇವೇಗೌಡರು, ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರು, ಪಟೇಲ್ರಂಥ ಮುತ್ಸದ್ದಿ ನಾಯಕರುಗಳಿಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವತ್ತು ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದ ನಾಯಕರಾಗಿ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿಯವರಿದ್ದರು, ಬಂಗಾರಪ್ಪನವರಿದ್ದರು. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಸಾಲದು, ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಜನಗಳ ಹತ್ರ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು, ಅದರ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ತಾಲ್ಲೂಕು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು, ಅದರ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಒಂದು ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ 75 ವರ್ಷದ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯದ ಆಡಳಿತ ಬಹಳ ವಯಸ್ಸಾಯಿತು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಪರ್ಸನಲಿ ಫೀಲ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ಎ ಇವಾಲ್ವಿಂಗ್ ಪೊಸಿಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಾವು ಇವಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. 75 ವರ್ಷ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯದ ಆಚರಣೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೂ ಸಹಿತ ಅದು ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು. ಈ 75 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನೇನು ಭಾಷಾವಾರದ ಪ್ರಾಂತಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಅದು 2 ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, 3 ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರದೇಶವನ್ನು 2 ಭಾಗವನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ತೆಲಂಗಾಣ ರಾಜ್ಯ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತರಾಖಂಡ್, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಛತ್ತೀಸ್ಗಢ, ಹೀಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳು ಸಹಿತ 1947ರ ಭಾಷಾವಾರು ಪ್ರಾಂತದ ವಿಂಗಡಣೆ ಆದ ನಂತರ ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ವಿಂಗಡಣೆಗಳು ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇದು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸತ್ತು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ರಚನೆ ಆಯಿತು, ಲೋಕಸಭೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಬಂತು, ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆ ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂತು. ಇದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಇದರ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ತಾವು ನಡೆಸೋರಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರತಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಹೊಸದಲ್ಲ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ನನಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಭಾಷೆಯ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮೈಸೂರನ್ನು ಆಳ್ದಂಥ ಮಹಾರಾಜರುಗಳು, ಒಡೆಯರ್ ವಂಶಸ್ಥರು, 400 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಇದೆ ಒಡೆಯರ್ ವಂಶಸ್ಥರಿಗೆ. ಅವರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆ ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಇದು ಬಹುಶಃ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಆಳ್ವಿಕೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಮಹಾರಾಜರು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ಅವರೇ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರು. ಆದರೆ ಜನಗಳ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಯಾರು ಕಂದಾಯ ಕಟ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂಥ ಜನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿ ಅವರು ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿಚಾರವಾದಿ ಅವರು, ಆದರ್ಶವಾದಿ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹಿತ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ವರ್ಗದವರಿಗೆ, ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಟ್ರೈಬ್, ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನೋ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್, ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನೋ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟೀಸ್, ದೇ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಗಿವನ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ವಾಸ್ ಮೇಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೆರ್ ವರ್ ಸೆವರಲ್ ಅದರ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಹೂ ಆರ್ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೊಲ್ಲಾಪುರದ ಮಹಾರಾಜರು ಅವರು ಒಂದು ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ಸಹಿತ ವಿಸರ್ಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿ 47ರ ನಂತರ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆಯನ್ನು, ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತನ್ನು, ಲೋಕಸಭೆಯನ್ನು, ಸಂಸತ್ತನ್ನು, ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ 80ರ ನಂತರದ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುತೇಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳು ಒಂದು ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ರಾಜೀವ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಲೇಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವಾಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಎ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನರಿ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅಂಗಡಿಯವರು ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತು, ತಾಲೂಕು ಪಂಚಾಯತು, ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ ನಿಜ, ಆದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಬದ್ಧತೆ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಗವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ರಾಜೀವ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಹಿಸ್ಟಾರಿಕಲ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್. ಇದಿಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ನಾನು ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆ ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತನ್ನು ನಾವು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಬೇಕು? ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಕ್ಕಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೇವೆ, ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಕ್ಕಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೇವೆ, ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಭಾಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ. ಕರ್ತವ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಭಾಯಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅನೇಕ ಕಾರಣಗಳು, ಚಾರಿತ್ರಿಕ ಕಾರಣಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ನಾನೇನು 75 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಒಪ್ಪಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಿಲ್ಲ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ಎ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಇವಾಲ್ವಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಎವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಇನ್ ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ 75 years or 100 years, not only we should think about our rights, we should think about our duties also. And I shall tell you, my friends, democracy is not the best form of government. It is not a best form of government. But among the available systems in the world, ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ಗಳ ಪೈಕಿ ಡೆಮಾಕ್ರಸಿ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಬೆಟರ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಗವರ್ನೆನ್ಸ್. ಬೆಟರ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಗವರ್ನೆನ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆ ನಡೆಯೋದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ನಡೆದಾಗ, ಇವ್ರು ಕೆಲವರೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಕಾರ್ಡ್ನಿಂದ ಏನಾದರೂ ಹೊರಟೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೂ ಸಹಿತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ, ನನಗೂ ಸಹಿತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ. ನಾನು ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 25 ವರ್ಷ, ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 2 ವರ್ಷ ಸದಸ್ಯನಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿರೋನು, ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದ ನಾಯಕನಾಗೂ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವನು, ಆಡಳಿತ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹಿತ 2ನೇ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ, 3ನೇ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ, 5ನೇ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಸೀನಿಯಾರಿಟಿ ಏಜ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ನಂಬರಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ನಂಬರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರವಾಗಿ ಸೀಟನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದರ ಪ್ರಕಾರವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವನು. ನನಗೂ ಸಹಿತ ಕೆಲವು ಸಾರಿ ಯಾವ ಉದ್ದೇಶಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳನ್ನು ಪಾವಿತ್ರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಲೋಕಸಭೆಗೆ, ಪಾವಿತ್ರತೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆಗೆ, ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಕಳಿಸ್ತೇವೆ, ಆ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನೋವು ಸಹಿತ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರು ಒಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು? ಹಿಸ್ ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ ಈಸ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಸಿಂಪಲ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಬಲ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಈ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಏನು, ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಏನು? ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಟಿವ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಟು ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್. ಹಿಸ್ ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ ಈಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಟು ಸಿ ವೆದರ್ ದ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್. ಅಂದರೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು? ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾನೂನುಗಳು, ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತೀರ್ಮಾನಗಳು ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಬದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆಯೋ ಇಲ್ಲವೋ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಬೇಕೇ ವಿನಃ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಾನೂನು ಲೋಕಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣವೇ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರ ಸಹಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಅದು ಕಾನೂನಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರ ಒಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆ ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹಿತ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಕಾನೂನಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರ ಸಹಿ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನೀವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಆಜ್ಞೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ, ವೆನ್ ಯು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ದಟ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸ್, the government orders one under secretary on behalf of the governor he signs, not on behalf of a minister, not on behalf of the chief minister. This is very important, you should know it in your mind. It is said in the name of the governor, for the governor. This is the order. So the order is approved by the governor of the state. Similarly, president of the country. Immense power has been given to the President of India. She or he, the Honorable President, is the head of the army. Is the head of the army, be it Navy or Air Force or our regular land army, whatever it is. She is the head. She is the head of the Constitution. That is why, whenever annually when we meet, the first session in the month of January, in Lok Sabha, in Rajya Sabha, both the houses, Rajya Sabha members, Lok Sabha members, they come together and the President addresses. The President normally mentions her or his speech, the President's speech is prepared by the Cabinet, led by the Honorable Prime Minister. ಆ ಒಂದು ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯ, ಅದು ಪದ್ಧತಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಓದ್ತಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅದು ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ, ಜನಗಳು ಹೀಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ದೇಶವನ್ನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಆಪತ್ತು ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ಸೈನಿಕರನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, ಶಿ ಈಸ್ ದ ಕಮಾಂಡರ್ ಇನ್ ಚೀಫ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಆರ್ಮಿ. ದ ಆರ್ಮಿ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸಲ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್. It is at the orders of the Honorable President. But again in this Constitution it is said, the President has to be advised by the Cabinet of the Union Government. ಅವರು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಥ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಅಧ್ಯಾಯ. ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಎ ರಾಂಗ್ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್. ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ 1975, the whole of this Constitution, rule book of the country, it was suspended. An emergency was brought. The Honorable Prime Minister then, the Prime Minister advised the President of India to proclaim emergency, suspending the Constitution. And then the emergency came for 21 months. Thousands of leaders, including great persons like Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Deve Gowda, Lal Krishna Advani, Professor Madhav Dandavate, they were all great, not only speakers, thinkers or economists, they were social reformers. They were all opposed to the individual leadership of one-man thinking. They were opposed to it. So they were detained. They were kept in jail for 21 months. Here again, my friends, you should understand one thing which is very, very important. ನೀವು ಚುನಾವಣೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಜನ? ವಿವೇಕಾಳ್ವ ಬಂಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಶೆಟ್ರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಶೆಟ್ರೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಓಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ರಾಂಗ್. ಸಿಂಧ್ಯಾ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಭಾಳ ದುಡ್ಡಿದೆ, ಒಂದು ಓಟಿಗೆ 2,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಓಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನೋ. The great example, one of the great example is 1977 verdict of Indian voters. I was also in jail for nearly 21 months. We never thought that we will come out of the jail and lead a normal life. But the Indian voters, Mrs. Gandhi herself was the Prime Minister at that time, she never thought that she is going to lose the elections. Several surveys by intelligence, army intelligence, police intelligence, state intelligence was conducted. But all the surveys, they said, Madam, you are going to win by a massive majority, 420 seats you are going to get out of 500. This is what it was told. On the advice of the intelligence, she declared the emergency. She declared the elections during emergency itself. And surprisingly, the Indian voters, I am talking of nearly 48 years back, 77 ಸಂದರ್ಭ, they voted against the emergency regime and they brought a loose structure of Janata Party into power. For the first time after independence, from the Congress Party, ruling party, the power was transferred. This is the greatness of Indian voters. ಜಾತಿ ಮೇಲೆ, ಧರ್ಮದ ಮೇಲೆ, ದುಡ್ಡಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ವೋಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾನು ನಂಬುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾದ ಅನುಭವ, in the year 1989, Mr. Devagowda, Honorable Prime Minister, then, he is a fatherly figure to me even today. I respect with the utmost respect and affection. The reason is, he is a great rural economist. He has devoted his life for the sake of the people of our state. He came and contested against me. His community was 60% of the voters belonging to Devagowda's community. Only not even 1% of my community was there. People, you know what they said? Sir, we want ದುಡಿಯುವ ಎತ್ತು, not ದೊಡ್ಡಗೌಡ. This is what people said, and they defeated him with a big margin, which I cannot even think of doing it now. He has grown so much. But I was elected. I have won 6 assembly elections. But I have not spent money from my pocket. It is the people's money. People think only rich people can come into politics and people can become an MP and MLA, which is wrong. Not on the basis of caste. Not only Mr. P.G.R. Sindhya, it is Dharam Singh, Devraj Aras, Ramesh Kumar, you take anybody, many people who have been winning without caste and without money. Including Mr. Siddaramaiah ji. We have no money. This is the very important thing I want youngsters to understand. Don't get frustrated. Don't think politics is a last resort of a scoundrel. It is wrong. It is wrong. We have been given this great holy constitution. That is the Bible, that is the Bhagavad Gita of Indian people. Every 5 years you can change your regime. That is the strength. And opposition leaders, he is more responsible than the ruling party. One day, Mr. S.M. Krishna, one of the greatest leaders of Karnataka, who should have become either the president or prime minister, he had all qualification to be a great leader of India. He was sitting as the chief minister. I was the deputy leader of the opposition. At that time, I told Mr. Krishna, he was smart, handsome, and whitish in color. His face became red after hearing me. I told him, sir, with all respects I am telling, ನನಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಕನಕಪುರದ ಜನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಆರಿಸಿ ಕಳಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಿವಿಗೆ ಇಂಪಾದ ಸಂಗೀತವನ್ನು ಪಿಟೀಲಿನ ಮೂಲಕ ನುಡಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ತೃಪ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಳಿಸಿಲ್ಲ. ಕರ್ಣಕಠೋರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಾಸ್ತವಾಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹೊತ್ತು ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದವನು, ಹಗಲೊತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡಳಿತ ಪಕ್ಷದವನು, ಅಥವಾ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹೊತ್ತು ಆಡಳಿತ ಪಕ್ಷದವನು, ಹಗಲೊತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದವನಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು 4.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿ. ಸೂರ್ಯ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅದು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಜನಗಳ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದ ನಾಯಕರು ಇದನ್ನು ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕು. He has got more responsibility than the chief minister. He can do anything. One day I remember, my dear friends, there is one Dr. Paramesh. He is a good minister according to me. Presently he is holding the home portfolio. He is also a big educationalist and a reformer. He is from a depressed community. I had a different opinion about him. He was the Minister for Education. You know, before a act is made, act is the rule. Once bill is passed in the Assembly and Council and consent given by the Governor, it becomes an act. So a bill, before introduction, they send it to the members. They had sent that bill, education bill. Everybody wanted to oppose that. And see that the bill is not passed. Maybe some of the cabinet ministers also, his own party. But he made a speech for 35 minutes on the floor of the assembly, I remember. And he converted the house. And the house unanimously passed that bill which has become an act today. There may be some lacunas. But this is the strength of the opposition. This is the strength of a member of the Honorable Assembly and Council to convert the entire house. That is the strength. I think with this PTK or prelude, I must stop here. There are many things which are very clearly given by a rule book. This rule book, at least law students, I don't say engineers should not read this. I myself, I am an engineer. I was teaching in an engineering college. I have read this constitution and this rule book several times, maybe 100 times during my 25 years of career as an assembly member. Unfortunately, I could not become a member of the parliament. It so happened, I tried in the year 1984 parliament elections to go to the parliament. Everybody thought Sindhya has won. I was contesting against the Union Finance Minister, Mr. M. Chandrasekhar Murthy. I also thought I have won. My opponent did not come to the counting hall. But I lost. I lost the elections. Then again my political friends and political party, they nominated to contest the 89 parliament elections again. I contested both the parliament elections. Both I lost. One I lost by 3,000 votes, another I lost by 30,000 votes. The interesting thing is, why I am telling this to my young minds, this you should know. First time when I contested the parliament, Mrs. Gandhi was assassinated. Second time when I contested, Rajiv Gandhi was assassinated. So I thought of not going to the parliament at all. Whenever I contest, somebody is murdered. I never tried it. But why I am telling this? When I said that money and caste does not play the only role, a prominent role in the electoral's verdict, you should also know emotions play. The emotion was death of Mrs. Gandhi. The emotion was death of Rajiv Gandhi. So, then what it counts? Issues count. For a state government, people vote. The same people within 25 days they change their mind and vote for some other party for Delhi, for parliament. The same people who have voted for the state ruling party, they don't vote for the same party in panchayat and municipality. Because the issues are very different. Issues are very different. So the Indian voters, I praise them. I consider them as the very truthful people, the people who toil. It is only the so-called leaders who mislead the people, who distribute money, who are spoiling, not only spoiling, destroying the constitution. So I have a hope coming from a youth movement like Vidyarthi Parishad, Bangalore University Student Council President I was. I personally feel I have full faith in my youngsters. I am sure in the next 75 years, you will lead this nation better than what we have done. Ultimate, our goal is to see that the common man gets all benefit, welfare. So friends, this constitution, this rule book, this system, all that which is there in the Indian culture, which we have adopted in different forums, it has gone many changes, many ups and downs have happened like emergency. In spite of that, our people's strength remains the same. I am sure this mock House Parliament is going to, campus Parliament is going to help you to become better citizens, better leaders in your own way. Thank you very much. I am grateful to Sri Vivek Alva, the Law College Principal, the Arts College Principal, and all of you for giving me a patient hearing, which I used to get sometimes whenever I used to speak in the assembly. Sometimes, not all the time, I was not disrupted. Because unfortunately, during my time, when I was the opposition, Veerappan kidnapped our dear Rajkumar. I spoke about the abduction, about the scenery, what strategy we should adopt, and how we should stand by the government. And during time, in the government of India, so many things happened, the security of the country. But we should stand, though I have always been in the opposition, we should stand by the Prime Minister. Whenever there is a crisis, security of the country is threatened, internal security is threatened, we should all stand by the Prime Minister and the President of India. With these few words, I am grateful to your management for giving me a very, very rare opportunity. There are so many things which I think in a form of an interaction or so we can deliver. There are better people than me. There is Ramesh Kumar, who is one of the greatest parliamentarians of our state. There are many people like me in the assembly, in the parliament. There are many people with lot of talents. They are crazy of coming to the assembly and going to the parliament, but they are not given the opportunity by the people. So I never think that I alone, I am a champion of all these things. I am also a worker. I am also with you in reforming this country. We also let us see a better India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are grateful to you for your thoughtful reflections and guidance that will inspire our young minds to believe in leadership with integrity and service rooted in democratic values. It's a great privilege to have Mr. Vivek Alva, Managing Trustee and the President of today's program, whose guidance and encouragement have always inspired our students to achieve their best. I now request Sir for the presidential remarks. Sir, please.
A very good morning to you all. Today is your day. so I'll speak less as possible. And definitely it was PGR Scindia's day. Because if at all somebody has to show a good parliamentarian, definitely, no doubt, most of us will point our fingers to him. And today it was an opportunity to listen to this great man, a stalwart, who has breathed, who has lived for the country and with a conviction which still beats his heart. Dear friends, when I see him toil his days from morning to evening for the sake of the youth, I really am impressed by such a leader. I really can imagine what he must be as a politician when I see the same kind of spirit going length and breadth of the state. Also, if opportunity comes, go to the national and international events, jamborees. And a person who feels like children should get the most. I'm so happy that such politicians we have grown around. Because sometimes when we see the present state of affairs, it is let down. I tell my friends also, sitting in the audience over here, if you are only going to hang with these politicians and not do something yourself, then it is pointless hanging around them. Because I see many youngsters, sir, and politicians love this, having youngsters around them, doing things for them. But somewhere down the line, if their journey is going to be stopped when something good can come out of them, then what is the point in doing all this? Today it was such a beautiful message that Sir has given to you. He's opened his heart, I must tell you that. And how the entire systems have gone through, like throughout the time. How it started, got into existence, how Panchayat Raj was given due eminence, and how an opposition leader or a politician conducted with each other. Today when we have crisis in the nation, when the opposition should come together, I still feel there is such a gap. Today we've forgotten our country. Sometimes we represent religions, regions, and this is what we see. And such sadness it is there, because speaking as a country is not seen. I still remember, because that was a time when I was introduced to politics. When Vajpayee ji was speaking, when some of the great leaders like Oscar Fernandez and such people who are there, like who went beyond religion, went beyond community, and who had this conviction for the nation. I feel bad, like in the sense, what role model present parliament is showcasing. I'm very sad to tell you this. Why am I putting this across to you is because today you have come to do a model parliament, and I'm really enthusiastic to listen to you. But what are you going to imbibe? What are you going to showcase? Are you showcasing parliamentarians fighting with each other? Or are you going to showcase how in a parliament laws can be made which can protect and defend this great nation? My dear friends, he mentioned in his talk itself about how much diversity is there. And I mentioned this before also. Just move from here to Kundapura, the language changes. ನಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಗೋಕರ್ಣ ನೋಡಿ, ಗೋಕರ್ಣಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮುಂಚೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕುಮಟಾ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ನೋಡಿ. ವಸ್ತ್ರ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಭಾಷೆ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಜನರು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಗೋಕರ್ಣ ನೋಡಿ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಕಾಣ್ತೀರಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಭಟ್ಕಲ್ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಭಟ್ಕಲಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಒಂದು 200 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿ ಜನರು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ, ನಾವು ಆ ಭಾರತದ ಫೀಲಿಂಗ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ದೇಶ ಹೇಗೆ ಬೆಳೀತದೆ? ಮೈ ಡಿಯರ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ಟುಡೇ ಯು ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಆನ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಬಿಲ್. ಸರ್, today they are going to speak on cyber security bill, correct? Yeah. Something related to cyber security as well as digital. My dear friends, some days back I was speaking to science students over here, and we had the DRDO over here, one person representing that. And what I mentioned over there was, tomorrow the battlefield is not going to be in the ground. The battlefield is going to be in the digital world. Most of us are so consumed in this digital world. Today anything can come out. Suddenly there can be spark that can be lit through AI, through modern technologies. Today entire speech of Sindhya sir can be changed, and something different can be put up. His voice can be changed. And I'm telling you, this kind of risks we are sitting at. Today, first and foremost, our manas itself. We are not broad. When we see a person, we see a religion. When we see a person, we see a region. We don't see Indians. When we see people from Northeast, we have a different view. When we see somebody from other community, we have a different view. We are dressing according to our community and our region. My dear friends, when we'll call ourselves Indians? With this thought in mind, with a sense of direction, both the law college as well as the degree college and students from various colleges. I'm so happy. There's a student from pharmacy, there's a student from technology, there's a students from BA, there are students from homeopathy, there are students from law. And I'm so happy that this kind of diversity I'm seeing among you. Because I was a little worried that the students going to be very much from the degree as well as law college. Today when I was seeing the gathering, I was seeing a certain kind of diversity which represents Alvas, which also represents my country, because Alvas, definitely I can say it represents the country. We are blessed to have a chairman like Dr. Mohan Alva, who has been so broad and thought beyond his region and religion. Therefore also, when you are speaking in a sports event, he was telling, sportsman of my country. At times ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಪವಾದ ಆಗಿದ್ದುಂಟು, ನೀವು ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇರೆ ಊರಿಂದ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು ತರಿಸ್ತೀರಂತ. ನಾಳ್ದು ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಮೀಟ್ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಊರವರು ಕೂಡ ಆ ಕ್ರೀಡಾಕೂಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ನೋಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಇವರು ಕೇರಳದವರ, ತಮಿಳುನಾಡದವರ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದವರ, ಅಸಮ ಅವರ ಅಂತ ನೋಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮೈ ಡಿಯರ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್. ನಾಳ್ದು ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಆ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿರುವಾಗ ನಾವುಗಳು ಯಾಕೆ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫೋಕಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ಅ ರೀಜನ್. ಸೊ ದಟ್ಸ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ ವೈ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಲ್ವಾ broadened his horizon. At times people are criticizing, they don't know this man has toiled behind the sports for more than 45 years. 45 varsha he has put in his energy into this, his mind into this. Culture, if you are talking, it is more than 40-50 years. From a journey as a student to the journey as academician, how much is thought in this direction? And if this man is thinking that, okay, I should create an organization which is broad enough for everybody. Any region can be a part of my organization. Any religion can be a part of the organization. It is evident in the programs also. Therefore, if you have noticed the Christmas program, more than 300 choir singers, and at least 60% of the students, they are from other religions. I was so happy when the spirit of Christmas was showcased by the students coming from different religions. This is what my country needs. Today I am very scared for you, my dear friends. When I see also this kind of resistance coming in a country which was so-called broad, like Australia, like USA, which is so-called broad countries, which brought unity among the people, which never differentiate people. Today we are seeing such countries also falling into this divisive politics. Division based on religion, region and such things. Today it's a big responsibility in youngsters, for youngsters. And youngsters should realize this. Just like Dr. Mohan Alva took the journey of protecting his culture, protecting his bhasha, protecting his region, sentiments of this region, as well as had a thought of India in the mind. I'm sure each and every one of you sitting over here will have this thing, have a direction like this in your mind. My chairman definitely wants to have children, students who are coming from different courses, who can be taking responsibility towards this country. Today we are showcasing, today 100%, I didn't want to, when team Satvik came and told we need a chief guest, very quickly I told P.J.R. Sindhya sir. And nothing else came in my mind, sir. I'll be very frank with you. It was on the spot itself, it was decided, P.J.R. Sindhya sir, and he rightly told, Sir Ramesh also, who are the real true politicians, true parliamentarians, who have been there in existence for such a long period of time, along with that still there, protecting this community, serving children. I am telling you, today it is such a great moment for all of us to have you with us, sir. And Niven Matadidiri, it is very useful for these children. You spoke about how exactly the parliament was formed, who played a key role, and you also were kind enough to tell it's a evolving, it's a young evolving parliament. He didn't tell like we are already a fixed parliament. This is how the hard and fast rule should be there. We are evolving parliament. My dear friends, yesterday I had a person from IIM Lucknow, director was there. We had a long chat yesterday. He spoke about education, extracurricular education and co-curricular education. And what he meant by co-curricular was these kind of programs where children understand through experience. ನಿಮಗೆ ನೂರಾರು ಇಂಥ ಭಾಷಣ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಕೂಡ ನೀವುಗಳು ಕೇಳ್ತೀರಿ, ಖುಷಿ ಪಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಆಸ್ವಾದನೆ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. At least this is giving you a chance to feel like a politician, to come out with a bill, and definitely Satvik with the kind of experience. I must congratulate this young man, Satvik, for year by year. I still remember MUN, which he had conducted almost like 7-8 years back. 8 years back. That was the first program he started with. And likewise, every year we have grown. We had with the forest department, we had the green parliament. And like this itself, there are multiple avenues like this has been developed by him. Almost some days of training has been given to them. There was a resource person on cyber security. On that area, they have been taught to them. Why we did this was because children should be given the due understanding of the environment. Dear friends, I must tell you about one parliamentarian I had spoken to. I will not mention the name because that person has done great also. When I asked about the estuaries, because we were working on this ಅಳಿವೆ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆವು, ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ನಂಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದರು. ಥ್ರೂ ದ ಎಸ್ಚುರೀಸ್ ಫ್ರೆಶ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಇಸ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ದಿಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್, ಅಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಫ್ರೆಶ್ ವಾಟರ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಸರ್ಪ್ರೈಸ್ಡ್ ಹೌ ದಿಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ with so much knowledge is telling that the fresh water is getting wasted through these estuaries. Why fresh water has to go into sea water? A school child will tell this answer. A school child will tell this answer. If at all due weightage to science, environment is not given, today we are going to exploit this resource left, right and center. Tomorrow, Dead Sea in our country will not be a distant dream, will not be a distant reality. Or how you are seeing your moon, that may be the state of the earth. You know, in a parliament there was a discussion that somebody told that the mountains are blocking the clouds. And some parliamentarian told, cut that mountain. I am telling you, this is the immaturity level also which is existing. My dear friends, if people without the knowledge, or forget knowledge helidre, you may think like it is education. I'll completely say it is wrong. It is not education. It is a common sense. It is involvement. It is loving something. If you don't have love towards your environment, if you don't have love towards your country, then what exactly you are going to speak for the country and for the development of this country? Dear friends, in my 20-25 years, I've seen telephones become mobile phones, and like this itself there is so many changes that's going on. I'm sure your generation is going to see much more, and is faster by the day. And are you ready for this? Are you ready for taking responsibility? Are you ready for understanding things? Or are you going to be superficial? Tomorrow, are you going to be in those boxes telling that I'm a BA student, I'm a law student, I'm a homeopathy student, I'm a pharmacy student? Or are you going to understand other subjects and come out of that box, break that box? Dear friends, today youngsters need to break these boxes. You can't be in that superficial boxes of telling that this is the course, nothing beyond this course I want to learn. You know, yesterday I was telling to this IM person that I see many of the teachers also not reading. They simply teach. They don't read themselves. Today this great man had 2 books in his hand from the morning. And I know he's a reader. If you don't read, if you don't understand, if you don't listen also something. You know, I was watching the audience. Some of them are physically here. Now kuda alli iddavare. And I know, like, in the sense, somebody who is talking with experience of almost 50 years in the parliament, you have to give the utmost attention. Why? Because this knowledge is experienced knowledge. It is not from just the books, but also beyond those books. Dear friends, today I'm happy that most of you from different diversities have joined this particular parliament. I really wish this can give you an understanding of how you perceive and see education, how you see the country, how you see the world, how you see the environment, and how you see people. I wish the very best to all the students. I thank Sindhya sir. In a very short notice, this man came last night in a late flight, and you know, he was just telling me there is a Kalotsava which is going on in Vitla, almost 2 hours from here, and he was telling me just now, and I know he is getting little fidgety over there also because he wants to go there. He was telling that ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆದಲ್ಲ, At least I participated in that program. I'm telling you, I really wonder where this energy comes from. Finally, what I've noticed is people with energy are the people who have got concern to nature, who have got concern to the world, and most of all, who have got concern to the future. And that's the reason why energy is in your blood, energy is in your work, and all the things that you do, and the mentoring that you're doing to us. I thank you for your kind words about the organization and about our chairman and about us also. I thank you for being a part of this program. I wish you all the very best, my dear friends. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and motivating remarks. Your words of guidance and encouragement will surely inspire students to strive for excellence. Now, I invite Dr. Mahantesh, Principal of Alva's Law College, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, on behalf of Alva's Education Foundation, it's a proud privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks at the inaugural session of this memorable Model Parliamentary Debate Competition. Today's event has not only enriched our understanding of parliamentary procedures, but also ignited in our students a deeper interest in a democratic dialogues and responsible citizenship. First and foremost, heartfelt gratitude is due to our chief guest, Sri P.J.R. Scindia, for graciously inaugurating this event despite his busy schedule, and for inspiring our young participants with his rich experience in public life and commitment to youth engagement in democratic process. Sir, your presence has lent immense dignity and encouragement to this program. A special word of thanks to our Vivek Alva, Management Trustee, whose dynamic vision for holistic education and unwavering support for student-centric activities, making such program now possible on our campus. Sir, your encouragement continuously motivate us for our students to excel not only in academic but also in leadership and public speaking. Deep appreciation is extended to Professor Dr. Kurian, Principal, Alva's Degree College, for his continuous motivation, academic leadership, and personal involvement in nurturing platforms where students can debate, dissent, and discuss in a healthy and constructive manner. Sir, your support to this organizing team and the participant has been invaluable. Sincere thanks due to all the faculties and organizing committee members who have meticulously planned and executed every aspect of today's event. So I sincerely thankful to you all, and a big thank to the entire audience, students, colleagues, and guests for your patient listening, enthusiastic participation, and encouragement throughout this event. So your presence, your engagement has given to this academic exercise and has made the effort of all organizers truly worthwhile. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Yes, sir. I'm very thankful to Sandeep sir, the technician, who arranged in a well organized manner. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Vivek Alva to hand over a memento to Chief Guest as a token of love and gratitude. Sir, ಇದು ಯಾವುದು? Sir, ಇದು ಯಾವುದು ಪಾಠ? Thank you, sir. Finally, I thank everyone for making Campus Parliament 2025 a grand success. Your active participation and enthusiasm have truly brought the spirit of democracy and leadership alive today. Wishing all of you continued learning, growth, and inspiration. With this, we officially conclude the program. Thank you all. Have a nice day. Yes, We now move on to the next session, the Campus Parliament Mock, which promises to be an engaging and insightful experience for all the participants. Session will resume in 3 minutes. I'll now hand over the session to Mr. Satvik, the program coordinator, to guide us through the part of this program. Thank you.
Now the Honorable President will serve the oath for everybody, starting with Vice President, then Prime Minister, then Council of Ministers and Members of Parliament.
ಈಗ ವಿದ್ಯುಕ್ತವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದ ಹೊಸ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟಿನ ರಚನೆಯನ್ನು, ಹೊಸ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟಿನ ಸದಸ್ಯರ ಬೋಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡೋನಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ವಚನವನ್ನು ಹೊಸ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಸಚಿವರ, ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ವಚನವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಬೋಧನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹಿತ ಇನ್ನು ಬರುವ 4-5 ಗಂಟೆಗಳ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಾತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡದೆ ಆದರ್ಶವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸವನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಹಿತ ಒಳಿತನ್ನು ಬಯಸಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಲೋಕಸಭೆಯ ಮೂಲಕವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರವನ್ನು, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾಗರಿಕರನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ, ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ, ನೈತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಭದ್ರವಾದ, ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕರವಾದ ಸಮಾಜವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ, ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಶುಭವಾಗಲಿ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಓದ್ತೇನೆ, ತಾವೇ ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ವಚನವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಐ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಐ ಹೇಳಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು. ಐ ಪಾಂಡುರಂಗರಾವ್ ಗಣೇಶ್ ರಾವ್ ಸಿಂಧ್ಯಾ ಇನ್ ದ ನೇಮ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬರ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. I Satvik do swear in the name of the Constitution, affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by the law established, and that I will faithfully discharge my duties upon which I am about to enter. I Aniket Urupa, do swear in the name of Constitution that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of the India, that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duty as Prime Minister of the Union, and that I will do right to all manner of people in accordance with Constitution and the law without fear or favor, affection or ill will. Thank you. All the best. I all the best. Sure. ಆಯಿತು.
Yes, thank you, sir. Sir, I humbly request all the members of Parliament to resume their seats. The session is in order. I request all the members of Parliament to raise for national anthem. Please resume your seats. We would like to initiate this session with the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, please go ahead.
Honorable Chairperson, I request you that I would like to pass motion of thanks.
Granted. Please go ahead.
ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ಈ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಸದನದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರೇ, ನಾನು ಇಂದು ಈ ಸದನದ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಪತಿಗಳು ಸಂಸತ್ತಿನ ಸಂಯುಕ್ತ ಅಧಿವೇಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಭಾಷಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳ ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಲು ನಿಂತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯರೇ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಪತಿಗಳ ಭಾಷಣವು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂವಿಧಾನಾತ್ಮಕ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳು, ಪ್ರಜಾಸತ್ತಾತ್ಮಕ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿಯ ಮೇಲಿನ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ದೃಢ ಬದ್ಧತೆಯನ್ನು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರತಿಬಿಂಬಿಸಿದೆ. ಆ ಭಾಷಣವು ದೇಶದ ಇಂದಿನ ಸವಾಲುಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಭವಿಷ್ಯದ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳ ಕುರಿತು ಸಮತೋಲನಯುತ ಹಾಗೂ ದೂರದೃಷ್ಟಿಯ ನಿಲುವನ್ನು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶಿಸಿದೆ. ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ, ಯುವಶಕ್ತಿ, ಮಹಿಳಾ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣ, ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ನ್ಯಾಯ, ಸೈನಿಕರನ್ನು ಬಲಿಷ್ಠಗೊಳಿಸುವುದು, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಏಕತೆ, ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ನೀಡಲಾದ ಒತ್ತಡವು ಸಮಗ್ರ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಮಾವೇಶಿತ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನವನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಪತಿಗಳ ಭಾಷಣವು ಕೇವಲ ನೀತಿಯ ಘೋಷಣೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಜನರ ಕನಸುಗಳು, ಆಶೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಆಶಾವಾದವನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಸುವ ಸಂದೇಶವಾಗಿದೆ. ಆಡಳಿತವು ಜನಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಸುಧಾರಿಸುವ ಸಾಧನವಾಗಬೇಕು ಎಂಬ ಸಂವಿಧಾನಾತ್ಮಕ ಆದರ್ಶವನ್ನು ಅದು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ದೃಢಪಡಿಸಿದೆ. ಈ ಸದನದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಪಕ್ಷಾತೀತವಾಗಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೈಜೋಡಿಸಬೇಕು ಎಂಬತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆಯನ್ನು ಈ ಭಾಷಣ ನೀಡಿದೆ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಹೊಣೆಗಾರಿಕೆಯೂ ಹೌದು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ಮಾನ್ಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಪತಿಗಳು ಈ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಸದನದ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಪ್ರೇರಣಾದಾಯಕ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕ ಭಾಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಸದನದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ವಂದೇ ಮಾತರಂ.
Honorable Leader of Opposition, do you have anything to add for motion of thanks?
Honorable Chair, I would like to initiate motion of thanks. I thank the President for his speech that has motivated us and enriched us with knowledge and wisdom of how India has become one of the leading and is still an evolving parliament. It's still an evolving democracy, and that we should join our hands together without divisions, without caste or religion, that we should work together to promote the well-being of all the citizens, and the politicians should come forward to lead this country into a better state than it is now. Thank you, sir.
So motion of thanks has been concluded. So we initiate the 0 hour with Miss Anvita, Member of Parliament from Shimoga.
Honorable Chair, I'd like to initiate drawing attention motion.
Your motion has been granted. Please start. You have been granted 3 minutes to draw your attention.
A seed unplanted cannot bear fruit. A life cut short cannot fulfill its potential. Our youth deserve the chance to bloom. Honorable Chair and my fellow parliamentarians, I rise during 0 hour to draw the urgent attention of this august house to a deeply disturbing and painful issue. The rising number of suicide cases among young people aged 14 to 24 years in my constituency. This is not just a statistic. This is a silent emergency. In the last 1 year alone, my constituency has witnessed 604 suicidal deaths among adolescents and young adults between the age of 14 to 24 years. These were students, first-time job seekers, young dreamers, children who should have been planning their future, not ending their life. When 604 young lives are lost, it is no longer a personal tragedy. It becomes a collective failure of society and the system. I wish to clarify that this concern does not exclude in any way suicide cases among elder persons aged 55 to 75 years. Every life lost is a tragic and valuable. However, suicides among the 14 to age group of 14 to 24 have much deeper impact on families, communities, and the nation as a whole. While elder suicide is painful, the loss of young lives affect the future. The dream and the potential of our society, it is particularly tragic because these are lives that have really begun. So what is pushing our youth to such extreme despair? Academic pressure, fear of failure, unemployment, family expectation, relationship stress, social media comparison, cyberbullying, substance abuse, and most importantly, untreated mental health issues. Our youth are surrounded by noise, but they are suffering in silence. We speak proudly of our demographic dividend, but what dividend are we protecting if our young people feel that death is the only escape? Mental health is still treated as a social taboo. Students hesitate to seek help. Parents often fail to recognize warning signs, and counseling facilities in schools, colleges, and rural areas remain grossly inadequate. I wish to concerned authorities. Why is mental health education still not compulsory in schools? Why are trained counselors absent in many educational institutions? Why are suicide helplines underfunded and understaffed? And why is early psychological intervention not reaching the grassroots? I urge the House to kindly take note of these grave and urgent issues. Thank you.
The Chair considers the following issue to be important and has allotted 30 minutes of time for discussion. So, Minister of Transport, Mr. Annas, has requested time. 2 minutes has been allotted to the Minister.
Honorable Chair, I seek your permission to address the House in my mother tongue Tamil. I have sent the translation to all the members of the parliaments.
Granted.
மரியாதை கூடிய பேச்சாளரே, என் நண்பர்களே, எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். நான் இனி பேச போகிறது இந்த கல்வி அழுத்தம். இந்த கல்வி அழுத்தம்னா இந்த அகாடமிக் ப்ரெஷர். இந்த அகாடமிக் ப்ரெஷர் எப்படி வருதுன்னா, இந்த உலகம் போட்டி உலகமாயிட்டு இருக்கு. போட்டி எப்படின்னா, ஒருத்தர் மேலே அவர்கிட்ட எப்படி மேலே போகிறது எல்லாம் பார்ப்பாங்க. அதனால காலையில் நம்ம குழந்தைங்க எஞ்ச உடனே நாம் என்ன பண்ணுவோம், நம்ம மாணவர்கள் எப்படி நாம் என்ன ட்ரீட் பண்ணோம்னா, அதை பண்ணக்கூடாது, இதை பண்ணக்கூடாது, அப்படி பண்ணணும், இப்படி பண்ணணும். அவர் பாவியில் என்ன ஆக போகிறதுனால நாம தான் முடிவு பண்ணுவோம். அதனால அவர் பாதிக்கப்பட்டது ரொம்ப 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 பாதிக்கப்படுவாங்க. நான் இப்போ என்ன சொல்ல வரேன்னா, உதாரணமாக எடுத்துக்கோங்க, ஒருத்தர் நல்லா கபடி விளையாடுவான். ஒருத்தர் கபடி விளையாடுறவனை கூட்டிக்கிட்டு நீ கிரிக்கெட் விளையாடுன்னு சொன்னால் அவனை எப்படிங்க கிரிக்கெட் விளையாடுவா? அவனுக்கு கபடி மட்டும் தான் தெரியும், அவனுக்கு கிரிக்கெட் தெரியாது. உதாரணமாக என்னமா எடுத்துக்கோங்க, நான் ஒரு அரசியல்காரன், என்ன கூட்டிக்கிட்டு போய் நீ அதை செய் இதை செய்யின்னு சொன்னால் நான் எப்படிங்க செய்ய முடியும்? எனக்கு தோணுதை நான் செய்யணும், எனக்கு பிடிச்சதை நான் செய்யணும். அதனால நான் என்ன பேசி வரேன்னா, நம்ம இருக்கிற குழந்தைகள், நம்ம மாணவர்கள், அவர் என்ன நடிக்கிறாங்களோ, பெரியவராகிய நாம அவருக்கு என்ன பிடிக்குதோ அதை நம்ம செஞ்சு கொடுக்கணும். அவர்கிட்ட இருக்கிற அந்த வழிகள், அந்த உணர்ச்சிகள் எல்லாம் பேசி முடிச்சதாலே நமக்கு அவளை உள்ளே இருக்கிற எந்த எப்படி நினைப்பாங்க நமக்கு பேச முடிக்கும். இவ்வளோ சொல்லி என் பேச்சு நிறுத்துறேங்க. நன்றிங்க.
So, Honorable Minister of IT has requested time. You have been allotted 2 minutes.
Hello. Honorable Chairperson, respected members of this House, 0 hours gives us the opportunity to raise concerns that is always not reflected in economic indications, but clearly visible in life. Today, I wish to draw attention to this House to a well-established link between youth, unemployment, and mental health distress. The data which I have, according to the National Survey of Labor Service, says that youth unemployment remains significantly higher than overall unemployment rate, especially among educated urban youths. At the same time, mental health shows that young people facing unemployment nearly twice as likely to experience anxiety or depression compared to those who are employed. These trends are not considerably. These are directly connected as unemployment creates financial insecurity, prolonged divisions, uncertainty about career progression, and continuous social pressure with stigma. Government data shows that the number of graduates entering the workforce each year exceeds the number of quality inter-level jobs created. This mismatch reflects in the leading demands of jobs, where youth stop believing that hard and painstaking efforts will take the change in our outcome. Honorable Chairperson, if unemployment continues to be treated only as an economical status, we will continue the sea of impact in the rising health concern or health issues. Thank you.
Minister, in a public there is a tendency to think that IT is the reason people are losing job, and I find it interesting that IT minister is talking about unemployment. Anyway, Honorable MP Miss Soumya has requested time, and 4 minutes is granted.
ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಭಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಸದನದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸದಸ್ಯರೇ, ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ನನ್ನ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಂಡನೆಯನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮಾತೃಭಾಷೆ ತುಳುವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಲು ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
Ms. Soumya, but since Tulu is not a 8th scheduled language and it's not a official language of the parliament, I share the concern that it might not be appropriate.
ಹೌದು, ಈ ಒಂದು ತುಳು ಭಾಷೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದು 8ನೇ ಪರಿಚ್ಛೇದನದ ಭಾಷೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರದೇಶದ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು ಬಿಂಬಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮಂಡನೆಯನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮಾತೃಭಾಷೆ ತುಳುವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಲು ಇಚ್ಛಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸದನದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸದಸ್ಯರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅನುವಾದದ ಪ್ರತಿಯನ್ನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನೀಡಿರುತ್ತೇನೆ.
Okay, if the translation is shared, you are granted a special opportunity. You have been granted 4 minutes. Please share your concerns.
ಸೊಲ್ಮೆಲು ಸಭೆತ ಗುರ್ಕರ್ಲೆ ಅನ್ಸಿನೆ ಸದನದ ಮಾತ ಸದಸ್ಯರೇ, ಎನ್ನ ಇನಿತ ವಿಷಯ ಮಂಡನೆದ ವಿಚಾರವು ಒಂದು ಕೇನೆಂದಾಂಡ ಲವ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್. ಒಂದು ಕೇನಗ ತೆಲಿಕೆ ಬರು ಆಂಡ ಇತ್ತಿದ ಕಾಲಡ್ ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗದ ಮಲ್ಲ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಒಂದು ಕೇಂಡ ಅವು ಲವ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್. ಒಂದು ಇತ್ತಿದ ಜವನೆರೆಗು ಪದ್ಧತಿನ ಪೆಡಂಬೂತೆ ಬಂದೆ ಪನೊಲಿ ದಯಪಂಡ ಒರಿಯನ ಮಿತ್ತು ಆಕರ್ಷಣೆ ಆಂಡಲ ಅವೇನು ಟ್ರೂ ಲವ್ ಬಂದದು ಆ ಪೊಣ್ಣನ ಬೆತ್ತಡಿ ಅತ್ತಂಡ ಆಣನ ಬೆತ್ತಡಿಯ ಪೋಪನ ಜವನೆರೆ ಇತ್ತದ ಕಾಲಡಾತಿರ್ ಆ ಒಂಜಿ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಅತ್ತಡ ಆ ಒಂಜಿ ಪೊಣ್ಣು ಇಜ್ಜಿನ ಆ ಒಂಜಿ ಆಣು ಬುಡ್ದು ಪೋಂಡ ಆಲಿಜ್ಜಿನ ಲೈಫೇ ಇಜ್ಜಿ ಬಂದು ದೋನ್ವೀರ್ ಇತ್ತದ ಕಾಲಡ್ ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗ ಪನ್ಪಿನ ಮಲ್ಲ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಅವು ದುಂಬುದ ಕಾಲಡಾಂಡ್ ಇತ್ತದ ಕಾಲಡ್ ಅವತ್ತು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಗುರ್ಕರ್ಲೆ ಯವ್ವನ ಪನ್ಪಿನವು ನರಮಾನಿನ ಜೀವನಡ್ ಒಂಜಿ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಯಿನ ಕಾಲಘಟ್ಟಗೆ ಆಂಡ ಇತ್ತದ ಜವನೆರು ಓಲು ದಂಟದ ಬೂರೊಂದುಲ್ಲೆರೆ ಕೇಂಡ ಅವು ಯವ್ವನದ ಕಾಲಘಟ್ಟಡೆ. NCRB 2021ನೇ ವರದಿದ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಈ ಒಂಜಿ ಲವ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ಡ್ 1337 1490 ಮುಟ್ಟ ಯುವ ಜನತೆದ ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆವೊಂದು ಪೊಂದುಂಡು. ಈ ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣದಾದಂದು ಪಂಡ ಈ ಒಂಜಿ ಲವ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಐಡ್ದು ಅಕ್ಲೆನ ಮನೋವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಒತ್ತಡ ಆವಡ್ ಅತ್ತಂಡ ಆತ್ಮಗೌರವ ಕುಸಿತಲ ಆ ಒಂದುಂಡು. ಇತ್ತೆ ಒಂಜಿ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಅನ್ಕೊರ್ರೆ ಬಯಸುವೆ. ಇಟವಾ ನಗರ ಪನ್ಪಿಂಚಿ ಒಂಜಿ ಇಟವಾ ನಗರಡ್ ಒರಿ ಆಣ್ ತನ್ನ ಪೊಣ್ಣು ಬುಡ್ದು ಪೋಯಲ್ ಬಂದು ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆಗೆ ಯತ್ನ ಮನ್ಪರೆ ಪೋಪೆ ಅಂಡ ಪೊಲೀಸರ್ನ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಹಿಡ್ದು ಆಯನ ಜೀವ ಒರಿಪಾವನಂಚಿನ ಬೇಲೆ ಅಂಡ್ ಅಂಚನೆ ಕೇರಳಡ್ ಒರ್ತಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ಲೂಯೆನ್ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಕಿರುಕುಳ ತಡೆಯರ ಅಂದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆನೇ ಮಲ್ತೊಂಡಲ್. ಸೊ ಒಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಒಬ್ಬು ಕೇಂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಲವ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯರ್. ಸೊ ಇತ್ತದ ಈ ಒಂಚಿ ಲವ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯರ್ ಪನ್ಪಿನ ಕಾರಣದ ಇತ್ತದ ಯುವಕೆರು ಪಂಡ ಇತ್ತದ ಜವನೆರು ಅಕ್ಲೆನ ದುಂಬದ ಭವಿಷ್ಯದಾದ ನನ್ನ ದಾದ ಕಲ್ಪರುಂಡು ಅತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಉದ್ಯೋಗದಾದ ಉನ್ನೇನು ಮಾತ ಮದ ತೊಂದುಲ್ಲೇರು ಸಬತ್ತ ಗುರ್ಕಾರ್ಲೆ ಇತ್ತದ ಕಾಲಡ್ ಫ್ರೀ ವೈಫೈ ಕೊರ್ಪುನ ಬದಲು ಫ್ರೀ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಮಾತು ಓಪನ್ ಮನ್ಪುನ ಬೆಟರ್ ದಯಪಂಡ ರಾತ್ರಿ 2 ಗಂಟೆ ಮುಟ್ಟ ಕುಲ್ದು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ತೂಂದು ಬೇಜಾರ್ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ಪಾಡ್ದು ಇಂಚನೇ ಕಾಲಹರಣ ಮಲ್ಪುನ ಜವನೆರಿಗೆ ಇಂಚಿನಂಜಿ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ನ ಓಪನ್ ಮಂತದ ಅತ್ತಂಡ ಶಾಲಾ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಮಾತ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಭದ್ರತೆದ ಒಂಜಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕೊರಡು ಪನ್ಪಿಂಚಿ ಆಶಯ ಎನ್ನವು ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಸೊಲ್ಮೆಲು.
So Minister of Family Welfare requested time and 2 minutes has been allotted to the minister.
How many of us grew up hearing, you can tell us anything better, and immediately knowing that we absolutely cannot? Honorable Chairperson and respected members of the House, we often say family is everything. And yes, families feed us, raise us, and worry about us constantly, and sometimes so constantly that mental health quietly escapes to the back door. In many homes, parents are treated like gods, always right and never questioned. And gods don't need feedback, but children do. When emotions are dismissed as drama, stress is called laziness, and silence is rewarded as obedience, family relationships slowly stop feeling supportive and start feeling suffocating. This is where mental separation begins, not with rebellion, but with withdrawal, not with anger, but quiet exhaustion, sitting in the same room, yet feeling completely alone. And here's the uncomfortable truth. Suicide is really sudden. It is often the final outcome of long-term emotional isolation within families that believe they are doing their best. If we want to save lives, we must look beyond exams, jobs, and discipline and start listening at home. Because sometimes the most dangerous distance is not outside the family, but within it. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable MP Nishant has requested time. 2 minutes has been granted.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज मैं इस सादान में एक बात बार बार सुन रहा हूँ, मेंटल हेल्थ हो, हमें चर्चा पसंद है, समाधान पसंद है और हमें संकल्प पसंद है. लेकिन अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस साधन से एक ईमानदार प्रश्न पूछना चाहता हूँ. कितने सदस्य यहाँ ऐसे हैं जो वास्तव में थेरेपी लेते हैं? मैं पहले जाता हूँ, मुझे थेरेपी की ज़रूरत है. हाँ, मैं मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट निशांत सुरेश सुवर्णा, मुझे मेरे भावनाओं को समझने के लिए एक दूसरे इंसान की मदद लेनी पड़ती है. और क्या इससे मैं कमज़ोर बनता हूँ? मुझे नहीं लगता, और जिन नागरिकों ने मुझे मतदान दिया है उनको नहीं लगता. तो हमें अपनी भावनाओं को छुपाना नहीं चाहिए और इसी डिफरेंसेस को हमें उपलब्ध लेना चाहिए. और इसी बात पे मैं लाना चाहूँगा LGBTQ कम्युनिटी के बारे में. लेस्बियन, गे, बाइसेक्सुअल, ट्रांसजेंडर और क्यूर लोगों को पैदा होते ही इन्हें नागर किया जाता है, और अगर ये बच जाते हैं, अगर इनके अस्तित्व का सच पता नहीं चलता तो इन्हें पता चलते ही घर से निकाला जाता है. और अगर ये इन्हें घर में रखा दिया जाता है तो दुनिया की सच्चाई इनको दिखाई जाती है. रोजगार में बचना, चिकित्सा में बचना और यहाँ तक कि न्याय के विचार में बचना. क्या ये सब ठीक है महोदय? अगर हम मेंटल हेल्थ की बात कर रहे हैं तो हमें इस विषय पे भी बात करना बहुत ज़रूरी है और इनकी दुविधाओं को हमें समझना बहुत अनिवार्य है. शुक्रिया महोदय.
Okay. Dr. Shubham has requested time. We are granting 2 minutes to discuss about the issue.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and dear parliamentarians presented over here. Ajja chokra achevare Bharat ja bhavishya. This means today's youth is the future of the upcoming Bharat. But where our youth is leading towards? Suicide Is that what we want our youth to end up in? But here I would like to draw everyone's attention, which is not only suicide but other mental health issues, which I would like to mention some over here, which goes as neurosis and psychosis. I would like to elaborate on this neurosis, where people are physically present but mentally they are dead. Depression, anxiety disorder, ADHD, post-traumatic disorder are some of its examples. Psychosis, where people are not even in touch with the reality. Schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, where they experience hallucination and delusion. And what we term them as? We term them as mentally ill. It's not them who are mentally ill, it's us who are mentally ill, because we can't understand them. I would like to conclude by quoting Dr. Samuel Hahnemann, my master, in his aphorism 225, mental health can lead to physical diseases. So I urge the ruling party to focus on this point, so that our nation youth is guided in right way. As I started, youth is the future of our nation. Let's prove that.
The minister's Ms. Sugandhi has requested time. 2 minutes has been granted to Ms. Sugandhi.
Honorable Chairperson, respected members of this August House, I rise today to address a silent but serious crisis gripping the youth of our nation, social anxiety. This is not a minor issue. This is not just shyness. Social anxiety is growing mental health challenge that is quietly isolating our young minds, weakening confidence and limiting potential. In a country that calls its youth its greatest strength, we cannot afford a generation that fears its own voice. Honorable members, today's youth face relentless pressure, academic competition, unrealistic social expectations, constant comparison on social media, fear of judgment, and the burden to succeed early. Behind smiling faces and online profiles are young individuals battling self-doubt, panic, and the fear of being seen or heard. When social anxiety goes unaddressed, it does not merely affect individuals, it weakens classrooms, workplaces, and the nation itself. Let me say this clearly. Silence and stigma are the real enemies. For too long, mental health has been dismissed, trivialized, or hidden behind shame. This House must acknowledge that seeking help is not weakness, ignoring mental health is. The Government of India has taken important steps, but this challenge demands urgency and expansion. Mental health awareness must move beyond campaigns into classrooms, colleges, and communities. Thank you.
Member of Parliament Lakshmi has requested time. 2 minutes has been granted to the Honorable Member.
Honorable Chair and Parliamentarians, I rise during this 0 hour to draw the attention of this August House to a silent but extremely serious crisis affecting our nation. The systematic emotional suppression imposed by parents, educational institutions, workplaces, and society, and how this suppression is pushing millions of Indians into depression, anxiety, and ultimately suicide. Sir, this is not an emotional exaggeration. This is a statistical reality. From early childhood, many Indians are taught not to express emotions. A crying child is told to stop. A boy expressing fear is told that men don't cry. A girl expressing anger is told to remain silent. A student under stress is told that marks matter more than mental health. Sir, emotions are not destroyed by suppression. They are buried alive. Honorable Chair, unexpressed emotions accumulate and convert into mental illness. According to World Health Organization and National Mental Health Surveys, nearly 15% of Indian adults require active mental health intervention. Around 60 to 70 million Indians are currently suffering from mental disorders, including depression and anxiety. India records over 1.7 lakh suicide death rates every year. In absolute numbers, India accounts for one of the highest suicide rates counts in the world. The government's own data confirms the scale of the crisis. The Telemanas National Mental Health Helpline has received over 25 lakh calls. Tens of thousands of these calls relate to suicidal thoughts and extreme emotional distress.
Member of the Parliament is requested to resume his seat.
Thank you.
MP Chavan has requested time and 2 minutes has been granted to MP Chavan.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the Parliament, there is one quote.
Chairperson.
There is one quote that says that technology is our slave, but also a dangerous master. I stand here to represent one topic called mobile addiction. It is a very serious topic that nowadays killing most of the people and pushing them into suicidal thoughts and depression. There is one study conducted by WHO which says that around 60 to 70% of the youths watch mobile for more than 6 to 7 hours daily. And their attention span has become shorter than the goldfish. So there is a serious issue that is called mobile addiction. What are all the adverse effects which we experience on our mental health due to that mobile addiction? First one is depression. Children are oftenly cyberbullied, oftenly compared on social media, and oftenly criticized for their behavior on social media. Second one is anxiety and sleep deprivation. Children who watch mobile for 8 hours or more than 8 hours will not be sleeping for less than 8 hours. So this is a serious issue and we have to address it. We have to control technologies but not become slaves of the technologies. Thank you.
Honorable Leader of Opposition has requested time. 2 minutes has been allotted to the opposition.
Greetings, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members of the Parliament. I rise to sadly say that the Indian government has failed to spread awareness among the people. The matter of youth suicide is a widespread issue and we are all well knowledgeable about that. But still, the awareness among the mental health and how mental health is good among the people is not spread yet. The government has not taken the issue into consideration and it has not been solved. Nowadays, the youth are in addictions, not just mobile or substance abuse, but in other addictions which cannot be termed and which cannot be identified easily. The reason for this is that mental health is not considered. When parents, schools and educational centers ignore mental health, the students have no other option but to rely on addictions and pleasures of this world. And in that they are led to depression and many other mental diseases. This has become because of the lack of the government's policies in ensuring awareness. And in this, we should teach the society that mental health is not a taboo, that it is a necessity, that it should be considered for the growth of the nation. Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister, 3 minutes has been allotted for your remarks.
ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ಈ ಸದನದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರೇ, ಇಂದು ನಾವು ಶೂನ್ಯಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚಿಸಿದಂತಹ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು 16ರಿಂದ 24 ಹರೆಯದ ಯುವಜನರ ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ, ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಒತ್ತಡ, ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಅಡಿಕ್ಷನ್, ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗ, ಕೌಟುಂಬಿಕ ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಆತಂಕಗಳು. ಇವುಗಳು ಕೇವಲ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಲ್ಲ, ಅವು ನಮ್ಮ ಯುವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಹೃದಯದ ನೋವುಗಳು. ನಾನು ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಯುವಕರ ಜೀವನ, ಅವರ ಕನಸುಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ಯುವಜನರ ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆಯ ಕುರಿತು ಹೇಳುವುದಾದರೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿಯೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕೇರ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನು 2017ರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸುಸೈಡ್ ಪ್ರಿವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿ 2023ರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಯುವ ಜೀವಗಳನ್ನು ರಕ್ಷಿಸುವ ಮೊದಲ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಜಾರಿಗೊಳಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳುವುದಾದರೆ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಈ ಕುರಿತು ಹೇಳುವುದಾದರೆ ನಾನು ಒಪ್ಪುತ್ತೇನೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಅತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಒತ್ತಡ ಇದೆ ಎಂದು. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿಯೇ ನಾವು 2020ರಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನಲ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿಯನ್ನು ತಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. NEP ಎಂದರೆ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್. ಆದರೆ ಕೆಲವು ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳು NEPಯನ್ನು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಆಟ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಭವಿಷ್ಯದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ನಾಯಕರಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಏನೆಂದರೆ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ NEPಯನ್ನು ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸಮಾಜಮುಖಿ ಮುಖ ಟೆಲಿಮಾನಸ್ ಇದು ಕೇವಲ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ ತಾಯಿಯಂತಹ ಧ್ವನಿ. ಕ್ಷಣ ಬಿಡದೆ ಉಚಿತ ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಸಲಹೆ ನೀಡುವ ಸಹೋದರನಂತಹ ಬೆಂಬಲ. ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಯ ಒತ್ತಡ, ಕೌಟುಂಬಿಕ ಒತ್ತಡ, ಹಲವು ಆತಂಕಗಳು ಇವೆಲ್ಲಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹಾಯಕಾರಿ. ಇನ್ನು ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗದ ಕುರಿತು ಹೇಳುವುದಾದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದಕ್ಕಾಗಿಯೇ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ವಿಕಾಸ ಯೋಜನೆ, ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಪ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಮೇಕ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಆತ್ಮನಿರ್ಭರ ಭಾರತದ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳನ್ನು ತಂದಿವೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ವಯಂನ ಮೂಲಕ ಉಚಿತ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ಗಳು, ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ಗಳು, ಉದ್ಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿ ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ನೀಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ಕಂಠೋಪನಿಷತ್ತು ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ, ಉತ್ತಿಷ್ಠತಾ ಜಾಗೃತ ಪ್ರಾಪ್ಯ ವರ್ಣಾನಿ ಬೋಧತಃ. ಎದ್ದೇಳಿ ಎಚ್ಚರವಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗುರಿಯವರೆಗೂ ನಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಸಾಗಿ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಯುವಜನರೇ, ನೀವೇ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಶಕ್ತಿ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸದಾ ಕಾವಲಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ನಾವು ಜಾರಿಗೊಳಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ನ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳು ನಿಮಗೆ ನೀಡಲು ಇಚ್ಛಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Honorable MP Sandesh has a concern to share. You have been granted time to answer.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I would like to initiate a drawing attention motion.
Granted. Please continue. 4 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, sir, today I am not carrying file. I am carrying dust in my lungs, pain in my back, and anger in my voice. Speaker, sir, I come from Dakshina Kannada, a land of literacy, labor, and logic. Speaker, sir, today that logic taken a U-turn without a signal. Every morning, my people don't say good morning. They say, which road is blocked today? Speaker, sir, in this house, we debate on development. But outside of this house, development stuck in traffic. Honorable Speaker, sir, with your permission, I shall take this house on a journey, not on highways, but on real roads of India. Honorable Speaker, sir, let me now take this house to Nantur Junction, which is not a junction, which is a permanent examination center of patients. Speaker, sir, the roads there are not broken, our trusts are broken. They dig today, they vanish tomorrow, and they promise next month, and this cycle repeats year after year. Speaker, sir, dig, stop, dust, repeat. Dig, stop, dust, repeat. Promise, speech, silence, repeat. Promise, speech, silence, repeat. Speaker, sir, their children in Nantur don't learn alphabets like A for apple. They learn A for accident, B for brake failure, and C for construction always going. Speaker, sir, when it comes to Nantur, when rains in Nantur, Nantur becomes a river. When it's sunny, it becomes a desert. And the only one thing is permanent, that is confusion. And proudly, the Nantur Junction connects to a legendary flyover, that is the Pumpwell flyover. Okay. Speaker, sir, that took 12 years to construct. My goodness. Speaker, sir, in those 12 years, the baby's grave, children become hotels, the governments have changed, the autos become scrap, and still the Nantur is under construction. The ruling party says, please be patient. Speaker sir, how much patience is required to cross just 500 meters? Should the citizens carry a water bottle, snacks and Aadhaar card to cross a Nantur? Even my hair turned grey with each delays. Honorable Speaker sir, now let me take this house to the Silicon Valley of India, Namma Bengaluru, where technology moves at lightning speed, but traffic moves at human aging speed. Sir, you don't travel in Bangalore, you settle down temporarily on the road. Speaker sir, in Bangalore traffic, the Google Maps, that says, take a deep breath, salpa wait madi. Sometimes the Google Maps no longer says, take a turn left. It says all the best. Children finish their homework in their back seats. Okay. The employees finish their office meetings inside the cars. Sometimes the employees finish their breakfast, lunch, dinner, even on the road itself. Speaker sir, it's a sad story. Even the IT industry is leaving Bangalore. Not because of talent, not because of innovation, not because of salary. It's leaving because just the employees cannot reach their office on time. Speaker sir, just 30 seconds I need, sir. Please request.
Granted.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir, this is not just about one city's problem. This is not just about one Nantur Junction's problem. This is India's pain. Every year, over 1 lakh people lose their lives on roads. But not to fate, but to the bad planning, broken roads, and endless delays. Let me tell a small story. A father rushing his injured child to the hospital. Ambulance delayed because of unfinished roads. And the doctor said only one line. If you would have reached the hospital within 15 minutes, a child would be alive. Speaker sir, the child did not die in an accident. The child died in a file delay. Across...
MP, you are asked to resume your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Minister of Finance, Ms. Anisha, has requested time. 2 minutes has been allotted to Honorable Minister.
ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಸಭಾಪತಿಗಳೇ ಹಾಗೆ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಸದನದ ಸದಸ್ಯರೇ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಹೆದ್ದಾರಿ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಹಂಚಿಕೆಯ ಕುರಿತು ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಎತ್ತಿರುವ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹಣಕಾಸು ಸಚಿವಳಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಬಜೆಟ್ ಅಂಕಿ ಅಂಶಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚಿಸುವಾಗ ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾರೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಯಾರು ಜಾಣ್ಮೆಯಿಂದ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾರೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕು. ರಸ್ತೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸುವುದು ದುಬಾರಿ ಎನಿಸಬಹುದು, ಆದರೆ ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸದಿರುವುದು ದೇಶದ ಆರ್ಥಿಕತೆಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಹೊರೆಯಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಇಂದಿನ ಹೆದ್ದಾರಿಗಳು ಕೇವಲ ಡಾಂಬಾರು ರಸ್ತೆಗಳಲ್ಲ, ಅವು ಸುರಕ್ಷತೆ, ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ದೀರ್ಘಕಾಲದ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಯನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡ ಸುಸಜ್ಜಿತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳಾಗಿವೆ. ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಬದ್ಧತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಗತಿ. 2025-26ರ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಬಜೆಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ರಸ್ತೆ ಸಾರಿಗೆ ಸಚಿವಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ 2.87 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೋಟಿ ಹಂಚಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 1.88 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೋಟಿ NHAI ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಹೈವೇ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾಗಾಗಿ ಮೀಸಲಿದೆ. ಇದು ಕೇವಲ ಉದಾರತೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಬದಲಾಗಿ ಮೂಲ ಸೌಕರ್ಯದ ಅಗತ್ಯತೆ ಮತ್ತು ವಾಸ್ತವಕ್ಕೆ ನೀಡಿದ ಗೌರವ. ಕಳೆದ ವರ್ಷ NHAI 5,600 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ಗಳಿಗೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಹೆದ್ದಾರಿ ನಿರ್ಮಿಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಇಂಧನ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಯವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸಿ ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರಗತಿಗೆ ವೇಗ ನೀಡಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯವೈಖರಿಯ 3 ಮುಖ್ಯ ಸ್ತಂಭಗಳು: ದಕ್ಷತೆ ಆಧಾರಿತ ಧನ ಸಹಾಯ. ನಾವು ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಶಿಸ್ತನ್ನು ನಂಬುತ್ತೇವೆ. NHAIಗೆ ನೀಡುವ ಅನುದಾನವು ಕೇವಲ ಅಂಕಿ ಅಂಶಗಳಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಯೋಜನೆಯ ದಕ್ಷತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಷಮತೆಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕ ಗೌರವವಾಗಿದೆ. ಎರಡನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಫಲಿತಾಂಶ ಆಧಾರಿತ ಬಜೆಟ್. ನಾವು ಯಶಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಕೇವಲ ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಳೆಯುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೀಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ
Minister, you are requested to resume your seats. Mr. Harshan,
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
MP Harshan has requested time and 2 minutes has been granted to the MP.
Honorable Speaker, sir, respected members, I rise today from the opposition to speak on the matter corruption in India's transportation that affects every Indian every day. Transportation is the backbone of our economy and lifeline of our citizens. But today, it has become a sector where bribes override rules, negligence overrides safety, and public interest is sacrificed for private gain. Honorable Speaker, the Tamil Nadu government reported traffic fines around 2,100 crores between 2022 to 2025. Honorable Speaker, only 29% of the fines were collected. Similarly, Andhra Pradesh recorded over 44 lakh e-challan in 2024, but fine recovery remained poor. This clearly shows that lack of enforcement and accountability disappears on the ground. Honorable Speaker, in my constituency itself, 1,083 accidents and 171 deaths were reported in just 10 months of this year. And Uttar Pradesh witnessed over 13,000 accidents and nearly 7,700 deaths in this year. These are not mere accidents. These are the outcomes of weak enforcement and corrupt practices. Honorable Speaker, when corruption enters infrastructure, tragedy follows. In May 2025, a newly widened stretch of National Highway 66 collapsed, injuring passengers and leading the contractor being barred. In July 2025, the Gambhira Bridge collapsed in Gujarat, killed 22 innocent citizens and forcing inspections over 1,800 bridges all over India. Honorable Speaker, India does not lack laws. We have statutory provisions like Prevention of Corruption Act, Motor Vehicles Act, and audit mechanisms. What we lack is consistent political will and fearless enforcement. Therefore, on behalf of the opposition, I demand accountability, transparency, and reform. Transparency is the strongest antidote to corruption.
Right. MP, you are requested to resume your seat. Mr. Vivek, Honorable MP, has expressed interest to speak. 2 minutes has been granted to Honorable MP Mr. Vivek.
Honorable Chair and respected member of this House, I rise to speak on the land acquisition in India, where land is taken in the name of development, but justice is pulled on the hold. The government talks about the highways, metros, and infrastructure projects, but for the farmers, losing the land is for today, and losing the livelihood for the forever. Compensation is promised soon. A word is so flexible that it can stretch across the multiple financial years. The act which comes in 2013 promises or guarantees the fairness and transparency, but only on the paper it is everything shines. On the ground, farmers are still asking one simple question: Sir, paisa kab milega? Consent is claimed, hearings are held, but decisions are already made. Rehabilitation exists more in files than in real life. Honorable Chairperson, sir, farmers are not against the development. They just don't want development to run over their rights like a bulldozer. If this government can acquire land at the lightning speed, it can surely deliver compensation and rehabilitation at the same speed. I end my talk by saying build infrastructure, not injustice. Thank you, respected Chairperson, sir. Jai Hind.
Parliamentarian Zoya has requested time. 2 minutes has been allotted to MP Zoya.
Honorable Chair and my fellow Parliament members, in my constituency, getting a seat on a bus has become harder than getting selected as an IS officer. At least in civil service exam, there is a syllabus and a fair process. On our buses, there is no chacos, crowding and survival. Honorable Chair, students don't even get a space to stand. They hang from footboards, cling on doors and travel like cargo, not citizens. This is not transport. This is organized, neglected. The government also recognized a serious concern, the increasing dominance of private buses operators on certain routes, and their attempts to restrict the movement of government buses. Let me clear,
Public roads are not private property, and public transport cannot be held hostage by any cartel or mafia. Honorable Chair, because of overcrowding, unsafe driving, and unhealthy competition for passengers, accidents have occurred. This government believes that development is meaningless if students cannot travel safely and citizens cannot commute with dignity. Honorable Chair, public transport is not privileged. It is public duty, and we ensure this House that we will act decisively to restore the order, safety, and fairness on our road. Thank you.
Minister of Environment has expressed interest to share some of the concerns. 2 minutes has been allotted to Minister of Environment.
Honorable Chair, some people ask why the government cannot construct roads and transport infrastructure everywhere all at once, especially in villages. But, Honorable Chair and the members of the parliamentarians, I want to proudly say that India ranks first in overall road connectivity in the world, surpassing countries like USA and China. Not only in South Asia, not only in Asia, but in the whole world. The answer for which we cannot conduct mass-scale construction is because construction has consequences, and ignoring them harms people first. Everyone sees about the positive consequences. Nobody sees about the negative consequences that the construction have. Across India, pollution levels are rising, and construction dust is a major contributor. It's 45% of total contribution of air pollution. Are you able to guys comprehend this? 45% of the total contribution. Honorable Chair, कुछ लोग बोलते हैं कि उनके फेफड़ों में धूल जमी हुई है. अबे उनको कौन बताएगा उनके फेफड़ों में क्यों धूल जमी हुई है? जो वो बोल रहे हैं ना, कंस्ट्रक्शन करो, रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन करो, उसी से तो धूल जमी हुई है. उनको कौन बताएगा इस बारे में? Road construction releases large amount of dust that worsen air quality. Just step out of your balcony near construction site. If your clothes turn grey in 5 minutes, that is the air people are breathing every day. Honorable Chair, as a Minister of Environment, it is my duty to protect and promote sustainable development. Some people here don't know what plans have to be made, what are the aspects to be seen while constructing a road. Unplanned construction also means wasting money. जनता ने हमको क्यों चुना है? Because there is a firm reason. जनता ने हमको चुना है, ना कि उनको. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
All right. So, MP Shubham has requested time. 2 minutes has been granted to the MP.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and respected members of this August House. Today, I rise to speak on the impact of road transport on farmers' welfare in India. In India, we proudly say, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. But today, I ask this House, if the farmer feeds the nation, why does he still struggle for the roads? For millions of farmers, the fight does not end in the field. It begins when they try to take their produce to the market. Sir, road transport is the lifeline of Indian agriculture. I repeat this, road transport is the lifeline of Indian agriculture. Yet, poor rural roads increase travel time, raise costs, and reduce profits. Because of this, farmers are forced into distressed sales. And sir, it's not because their produce lacks value, but because their access to market does. For perishable crops, delays mean spoilage, wastage, and loss. In India, the farmer suffers, the consumer pays more, and the middleman benefits the most. Where roads improves, everything changes. Like transport cost falls, wastage reduces, market expands, and farmers gain bargaining power. Schemes like Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana clearly shows that connectivity leads to empowerment. So let us be very clear, Honorable Chairperson, rural roads are not just infrastructure, they are farmers' welfare. If we truly want to double farmers' income, we must be shorten the distance between the farm and the market, because a nation that delays its farmers on broken roads, it delays its own progress. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
So very important concern has been shared by MP Shubham. Minister of Transportation, it is time for you to answer for all the allegations that has been made, and you have been granted 3 minutes.
Honorable Chair, respected members, as the Transportation Minister, I rise today to address the serious issue raised on the concerning traffic congestion, accidents and the lack of equination delays. Rural roads condition and the corporation, particularly at Bangalore Junction and Nandu Junction in Mangalore, these problems are not isolated incidents. They reflect the challenges in urban planning, infrastructure execution and governance, all of which affect the lives of the million citizens daily. Traffic congestion and accidents. Honorable Chair, it is at the major junction in Bangalore such as Silk Boat Tin Factory and Hebel, as well as Anantu Junction in Mangalore face several conjunctions leading to the frequent accidents, wasted hours for the commuters.
Honorable Minister is asked to slow down.
And economic loss. Immediate action from our side, construction of flyovers, underpasses and the junction redesigning streams to the traffic flow. Installation of the smart traffic signals that adjust in real time based on the traffic density. Improved landmarking, dividers, pedestrian, crossing the dedicated turns lanes. Development of the technology driven enforcement including AI cameras, automatic fines and the digital monitoring to reduce the human error and corruption. Land acquisition challenges. As major hurdle for the infrastructure projects is land acquisition delays often compounded by the disputes, legal complication and the administrative inefficiency. Government measures. Land acquisition will be time bound with the fair composition provided to all affected landowners. District collector and revenue officers will be directly accountable for delays. Public consultation will be held to resolve the disputes before the construction begins. Wherever possible, redesign the optimization will be minimized displacement while achieving the project objectives. Let me be clear, no project will be shelved due to the avoidance delays. Every collector, officials and the contractor involved with the held of responsible for their rules in timely execution. Tackling corruption. Honorable Speaker, corruption has been a prominent problem, delaying projects, inflicting cost and erecting trust. Measure to the compact corruption. All major transport projects will be transport tendering system using the public monitoring dashboards. Use of technology based on the enforcement, cameras, digital fines and automated monitoring to reduce the opportunities for bribery. Officials and construction and revenue collectors found the engaging the malpractice will be faced strict legal action. We are committed to ensure the accountability at every level from the ministry to the district offices. At last, I want to find this ministry is committed to speed, fairness and results with the cooperation from the collectors, officials and the public. We will build safe junction in Bangalore and Mangalore. Timely infrastructure project will be fair land acquisition, strong village roads and connectivity. Corruption will be free governance. The citizen of the India deserve nothing less. We will act decisively and result will be visible on the ground. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, would you like to clarify what do you mean by corruption with free governance?
Measure that all the transport, the corruption is going by the officers and the revenue department, I think so, my speaker.
Okay. So we move on to the questionnaire. Opposition can raise questions to specific ministry. I request opposition to keep their questions within 1 minute, and if they have any follow-up questions, they can give it in writing. And I request ministers to complete their answers within 3 minutes. So the first question is raised by Member of Parliament, Mr. Pratik, and the question is for Ministry of IT.
Honorable Chairperson Sir and all the members of Parliament, my question is to Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. How is the digital divide between urban and rural India being addressed, especially in access to high-speed internet? While the ministry boasts of laying 6.94 lakh kilometers of optical fiber, why do independent audits suggest that uptime in rural panchayats is below 30% due to broken cable and zero maintenance? Is BharatNet a digital revolution or a 40,000 crore graveyard of non-functional fiber?
Honorable Minister of IT can answer.
Honorable Chairperson, under the Digital India program, over 2 lakh common service centers are operational across rural India, assuring that the villagers do not need to travel cities for just basic necessaries. Today, the common service centers deliver services range from certifications, banking, telemedicines, and online educations. This brings us closer to the internet world. Our government also has trained crores of rural citizens under digital literacy. Because of high access speeds of internet without digital skills, it's like practically how big companies usually give phones without charger. It's like practically impressive, technically useless. Additionally, Honorable Chairperson, India today enjoys one of the lowest mobile data trafficking globally with an average data cost of 10 rupees per GB. This is our government, which has significantly increased the rural net adoptions as decreasing the data pack costs. Through secure digital platform, cloud infrastructure, and local language service, our focus is not merely connecting, but meaningfully using the data usage. The goal is simple. The villagers user should click with the same confidence as city users do, only with fewer buffs. Honorable Chairperson, in conclusion, our government is committed to assure that digital India is not just an urban India. No, our government is committed to make sure that rural India and urban India has equal stakehold in our country's digital development. Thank you.
There doesn't seem to be any follow-up questions, so we'll move on to the next question by MP Shubham. The question is for Ministry of Finance.
Honorable Chairperson, I seek your permission to ask the Ministry of Finance. How does the ministry plan to balance fiscal discipline with increased spending on social welfare?
The Honorable Chairperson, the ministry balances fiscal discipline with the social welfare by adhering to a consolidation glide path, targeting a 4.4% deficit, while boosting revenues through robust tax collections and prioritizing targeted spending. Thank you.
Okay, any follow-up questions for Ministry of Finance? Okay, there seems to be none. So next we move on to the MP Sandesh. MP Sandesh wants to ask a question to Ministry of Transportation.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise today not with a just question, but with the cry of the people. The Ministry of Road Transport and Highways is busy in laying roads, highways. But sadly, Speaker, sir, those roads are breaking faster than their public trust. Where is the public transport system in this so-called development? Where are the buses for students? Where are the buses for daily wage laborers? Where are the buses for employees? Public transport is so rare that even spotting a bus feels like, doing a wildlife safari. One bus, hundreds of people, hanging, standing, and emotional bonding. This house demands an action, nation demands an action, and the people demands a dignity on the road. So, I ask the Honorable Minister directly, will this ministry build roads only for photographs, or will it build public transport system for the people? Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, road transport is a backbone of our country connectivity and economy. The government is fully committed to improve the road safety, quantity and accessibility for all the citizens. Firstly, we are focusing on the construction and upgradation of the roads.
Minister,
yes,
please
sir.
slow down so that we can understand.
Firstly, we are focusing on the construction and upgradation of the roads, including the national highways, state highways and the rural roads to ensure the smooth and all-weather connectivity. Secondly, special attention is being given to the road maintenance, regular inspections, use of the better construction materials, and strict monitoring are being implemented to reduce the potholes and the road damages. Thank you.
Okay. So the next question is being raised by Honorable MP Shubham, and I believe the question is for Ministry of Family Welfare.
Honorable Chairperson, sir, I would like to raise the question to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. During COVID outbreak, shortage of hospital beds were reported. So what steps are taken to battle the next emergency situation?
All right. So Minister of Family Welfare can respond.
Honorable Chairperson, through you I would like to inform the House about the measures the government has taken to ensure that no citizen is denied medical care to the event of a future public health emergency. During the COVID-19 pandemic, India faced an unprecedented surge in hospitalizations, leading to temporary shortages of hospital beds and critical care infrastructure. Firstly, the government has focused on enhancing healthcare infrastructure at every level. The National Health Mission, launched in 2005, laid the foundation for community-based and decentralized healthcare delivery, ensuring that even rural and vulnerable populations have access to equality health services. Building on this, the National Health Policy of 2017 reinforced these priorities and emphasized the importance of preventive and responsive healthcare. Subsequently, the Ayushman Bharat scheme expanded access to healthcare through coverage of hospitalization, expenses, and strengthening of primary healthcare centers. To further improve emergency readiness, the government launched the Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission, PM ABHIM. Under this mission, district hospitals, tertiary care facilities, and critical care units have been upgraded, and new ICU beds and oxygen-supported beds have been created across the country. This ensures that we have the capacity to respond rapidly during health crisis. Thank you, sir.
MP Lakshmi Sharad has a question to Ministry of Environment. The MP can raise their question.
Honorable Chair, with your kind permission, I rise to question the Honorable Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. It's on record that over 90% of projects placed before expert appraisal committees in recent years have received clearance, raising serious doubts whether public objections and expert warnings are being meaningfully considered. In this context, I ask the Honorable Minister, on what moral or constitutional basis is consultation being weakened while clearances are rushed? Will the Minister place on record data on hearings held versus clearances granted despite public opposition, including projects like the cement plant near Kalyan? Finally, what urgent steps will the government take to restore transparency and public trust before irreversible damage is done? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I must thank the member of opposition for raising this serious concern. Public consultation in environmental clearance is not a symbolic exercise, nor it is a popularity contest. It is a constitutional mechanism to balance development, environment protection, and public welfare. Let us clarify what public consultation actually means. Under India's environmental framework, public consultation includes public hearings, written objections, expert appraisal, and mandatory responses by project proponents. It is designed to inform decision making, not to convert every infrastructure project into a referendum. Local opposition does not automatically imply environmental illegality. A project may face opposition for multiple reasons: land acquisition fears, misinformation, political mobilization, or distrust of authorities. The role of ministry is to separate legitimate environmental concerns from non-environmental objections and act accordingly. Many projects receive clearance only after conditions are imposed, such as reduced land use, alternative alignments, compensatory afforestation, replantation, pollution caps, wildlife corridors, and rehabilitation measures. Approval does not mean unconditional approval. The idea that public hearings are ignored is misleading, what you have just mentioned. In several cases, projects have been delayed, modified, or sent back for reconsideration due to public concerns. However, these outcomes do not make into headlines. What good things we make, that will be never showed on the headlines. Only approvals do. Silence about rejections is not evidence of their absence. Fourth, we must recognize a fundamental governance reality. Infrastructure cannot be hostage to absolute unanimity. Roads, railways, renewable energy parks, flood control structures, and drinking water projects often face local opposition, even when they serve broader public interest. Who will make them to understand this? If opposition alone became the deciding factor, India would build nothing, and environmental degradation through unplanned growth would even worsen. Finally, let us address the false binary between environment and development. Infrastructure delays do not automatically protect the environment. In fact, unplanned, fragmented, and informal development causes far more environmental damage than regulated infrastructure with enforceable safeguards. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Honorable Member Herschel has a follow-up question to the Ministry of Environment.
Honorable Speaker, despite court orders and environment laws, unchecked roads continues to destroy the Aravalli range. Does the ministry admit that they are accountable for the illegal minings, or will it blame the officials?
Okay, Minister can respond.
With regarding to the Aravalli Hills, we have already issued the order regarding that with accordance with the state government, and they have also already issued to the recommended public authorities. So this was my answer to your question.
Okay, so the question is being raised by MP Karthik, and I believe the question is to the Ministry of Education.
Honorable Speaker, sir, my question is for Ministry of Education. Students have raised concern over frequent syllabus changes under policy reform. How is academically continuity being ensured?
Minister can respond.
Honorable Chair, I sincerely thank the Honorable Member for raising this important question concerning frequent syllabus changes under policy reforms and their impact on academic continuity. This concern truly represents the voice of students across the country. Honorable Chair, education reforms are essential in a rapidly changing world. However, reform must never come at the cost of stability. Students are not resistant to change. They are concerned about uncertainty. बदलाव आवश्यक है, लेकिन बदलाव स्पष्ट और सोच समझकर होना चाहिए. To ensure academic continuity, the government has adopted a structured and phased reform approach. So, syllabus revisions are no longer abrupt or frequent. Instead, the focus is on strengthening core concept while updating only those areas that require modernization. This ensures that foundational learning remains uninterrupted and students are not forced to constantly readjust their academic preparation. Honorable Chair, another critical measure is a clear implementation timeline. Any major syllabus change is announced well in advance and implemented only at the beginning of an academic cycle. Academic year के बीच में किसी भी प्रकार का बड़ा syllabus परिवर्तन लागू नहीं किया जाता. This allows students, teachers, and institutions sufficient time to prepare and adapt. So, we are equally mindful for the mental and emotional impact of frequent changes. Academic pressure, confusion, examination anxiety are genuine challenges faced by students. To address these bridge courses, orientation programs, and academic mentoring systems have been introduced. This mechanism ensures that students are supported during transition rather than being left to cope on their own. Honorable Chair, teacher preparedness is also a key pillar of continuity. Continuous professional training is being provided so that educators are fully equipped to guide students through devised curriculum with the clarity and confidence. After all, शिक्षक जितने तैयार होंगे, छात्रों का भरोसा उतना ही मजबूत होगा. Furthermore, student and institutional feedback is now actively integrated into policy discussion. Reforms are no longer imposed from top to bottom. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, syllabus reforms are necessary to keep education relevant, but they will also be guided by the principles of continuity, clarity and compassion. शिक्षक का उद्देश्य सिर्फ ज्ञान देना नहीं बल्कि विश्वास बनाना भी है. The government remains fully committed to ensuring that every reform strengthens, not disrupts, the academic journey of our students. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and I thank the House for its attention.
MP Harshad has a question for Ministry of Commerce and Industries.
Honorable Speaker, I seek permission to question the Ministry of Commerce and Industry.
Minister can respond.
Honorable Speaker, over 60% of exporting micro, small, medium enterprises reporting losses due to tariff shocks from the foreign nations. How many firms have received immediate relief? And how many financial support was actually dispersed instead of merely announcing it?
Minister can respond.
Honorable Chairperson, these tariff disruptions have led to reduced export orders, rising input costs, and financial stress, particularly for MSMEs, which form the backbone of India's export economy. We must remember that trade is not merely about numbers and statistics. It is about livelihoods, jobs, and the economic confidence of our country. The Government of India has responded swiftly and decisively to these challenges. First, on the diplomatic front, we are actively engaging in bilateral and multilateral negotiations to resolve tariff disputes and safeguard India's trade interests. At the same time, India is diversifying its export destinations by strengthening trade ties with the regions such as the Middle East, Europe, and emerging economies, thereby reducing overdependence on any single market. Second, to provide immediate relief to affected industries, the government has strengthened export credit support, interest equalization schemes, and faster duty remissions and mechanisms. These measures ensure liquidity, ease financial pressure, and help exporters remain competitive during periods of global uncertainty. Third, flagship initiatives such as Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and production-linked incentive schemes are enabling industries to upgrade technology, improve quality, and reduce cost disadvantages caused by external tariff barriers. Special emphasis is being placed on MSMEs through easier access to finance, improved logistics support, and enhanced export facilitation. Thank you, Speaker. Sorry, Chair.
MP Soumya has a question for Rural Development Ministry. So you have been granted time to ask the question.
ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಭಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳು ಇಂದಿಗೂ ಕೃಷಿ, ಕೂಲಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಣ್ಣ ಜೀವನೋಪಾಯಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವಲಂಬಿತವಾಗಿವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗದ ಕೊರತೆ, ಆದಾಯದ ಅಸ್ಥಿರತೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳ ಅಭಾವದಿಂದಾಗಿ ಅನೇಕ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಜನರು ನಗರಗಳತ್ತ ವಲಸೆ ಹೋಗುವಂತಹ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣವಾಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂದಿಗೂ ಈ ಬಾರಿ ಮಳೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಆಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜನ ಬದುಕು ಸಾಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಮಳೆ ಬಾರದಿದ್ರೆ, ಕೆಲಸ ಸಿಗದಿದ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ಜನ ಬಸ್ ಟಿಕೆಟ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಹಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಗರಗಳತ್ತ ವಲಸೆ ಹೋಗುವಂತಹ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಹಾಗೂ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸ್ಥಿರತೆಯನ್ನು ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ಪರಿಣಾಮಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಚಿವರನ್ನು ಕೇಳಲು ಬಯಸುವ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಏನೆಂದರೆ, ವಲಸೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಾಣಿಸುವ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಅಗತ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೊಂದಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತೆ ಜೀವನೋಪಾಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ರೂಪಿಸಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ?
Minister of Rural Development can respond.
ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ಈಗ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮಂತ್ರಿಯವರು ಕೇಳಿದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ ಉತ್ತರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ವಸತಿ ಯಾವ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆಯೋ ಅಂತಹ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷ ಸಮೀಕ್ಷೆಯನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ವಲಸೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವ ಅಗತ್ಯತೆಗಳು, ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲಗಳನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸ್ಥಿರತೆಯನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸುವುದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಹಲವಾರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನರೇಗಾ ಎಂಬ ಯೋಜನೆ. ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಗೆ ಈ ಹೆಸರು ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಕಾರಣ ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ, ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಅವರೊಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಭಾರತವು ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳ ದೇಶ, ಭಾರತದ ಆತ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ಜೀವಿಸ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಗೆ ನಾವು ನರೇಗಾ ಯೋಜನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ 100 ದಿನಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಕೂಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವುದಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತು ಮಹಿಳಾ ಮತ್ತು ಪುರುಷ ಕೂಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾನ ವೇತನವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ಸ್ತ್ರೀ ಮತ್ತು ಪುರುಷರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾನ ವೇತನ, ಸಮಾನ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸ್ಥಿರತೆ ಎಂಬ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಹೋದರೆ, ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಗೃಹವಿಲ್ಲದ ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಿರ್ತವೆ. ಅಂತಹ ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳನ್ನು ಗಮನದಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆವಾಸ್ ಯೋಜನೆ ಎಂಬ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛತೆ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಹೊಣೆಯಾಗಿರುವುದರಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛತೆಗಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಭಾರತ್ ಯೋಜನಾ ಎಂಬ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದು ಪ್ರತಿ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳನ್ನು ಸಹ ಮಾದರಿ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಇಡ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಒದಗಿಸುವುದು ಸಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಒಂದು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಗುರಿಯಾಗಿರುವುದರಿಂದ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಒದಗಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸರ್ವ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಅಭಿಯಾನದ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿ 5 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಒಳಗಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ಶಾಲೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಸಹ ನಾವು ಪ್ರೌಢಶಾಲೆಗಳನ್ನು ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗುವಂತಹ ಮಣ್ಣು ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಡು ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಫಸಲ್ ಬಿಮಾ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಸಹ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ರೈತರು ಬೆಳೆದಂತಹ ಬೆಳೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಗರ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೊಂದಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ವಿಶೇಷ ಯೋಜನೆಯಾದ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಡಕ್ ಯೋಜನಾ ಎಂಬ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದು ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯನ್ನು ಸಹ ನಗರಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೊಂದಿಸುವ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ದೇಶವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಎಂಬ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಸಹ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಕಲ್ಪಿಸಿ ಫಿನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಷನ್ ಎಂಬ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಯಾವ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳು ಬರುತ್ತವೆಯೋ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಹ ನೇರ ಹಣ ವರ್ಗಾವಣೆ ಎಂಬ ಯೋಜನೆ, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಎಂಬ ಯೋಜನೆ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಜನರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಒದಗಿಸುವಂಥ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳ ಒಂದು ಪಟ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
So, Honorable MP Chavan wants to ask question regarding sports. So, you have been granted permission to.
Honorable Chair, my question is that talented athletes from rural background often lack coaching facilities. How this regional imbalance is being addressed by the ministry? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, on behalf of the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, I would like to state that the government has taken effective and measurable steps to address the lack of coaching facilities for talented athletes from the rural background. To start off with, firstly, the government have launched the Khelo India scheme. This aims to promote sports and fitness among the youth in India by providing financial support, infrastructure, and training facilities. The main objective of the schemes are improving sports culture, talent identification, infrastructure development, and to create opportunities for young athletes. The scheme is divided into two, where under 17 for school students and under 21 for college students, where every year the best of 1,000 kids will be given an annual scholarship up to 6.2 lakh. The amount is divided as follows: 1.2 lakh for diet and travel out of pocket allowance, and 5 lakh for training, coaching, competition, equipments and sports science support. Secondly, the government have significantly expanded sports infrastructure in rural areas, including the construction of multipurpose halls, synthetic tracks and village level sports facilities, ensuring that the athletes do not have to migrate from cities for basic training. Further, the government have addressed that the shortage of coaches by developing mobile coaching units, short-term residential camp, coaching educational program. In addition, the government is using digital platforms and sports science support, including online coaching, performance tracking and video analysis to bridge the urban-rural gap in access to quality coaching. The central government does not work alone. It partners with state government, local authorities, NGOs and private organizations so that the sports schemes actually reach out to the athletes at the village and the grassroots levels. The state government helps in running sports academic, appointing coaches and managing district level facilities. Local bodies like Panchayat, municipal district authorities provide land, identify local talent and organize competitions, whereas NGOs work closely with the rural communities to identify the talented children, especially with the disadvantaged backgrounds, and support them with training and mentorship. Private partners include corporate sponsors, sports academics that provide funding, expertise, equipments and high quality coaching. The key laws, policies and official framework under this Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. We have Khelo India scheme, play field development and community coaching program, structured competition at school, youth, university and rural levels, supports for athletes with scholarship and training and resources. The Target Olympic Podium scheme. This scheme, the government focuses on high potential youth athletes, identify for athlete performance at the major international events. We provide financial support and professional coaching. National Sports Policy, Sports Governance Reforms. This scheme strengthens the sports ecosystem from rural to elite levels, improves transparency and professional governance in sports bodies, ensure youth have access to structured programs and competition. We also make sure this fair and clear competitions are conducted among the athletes, as where we follow the anti-doping rules, sampling testings are done, and awareness programs and education on banned substances are given to the young athletes. Thank you.
So MP Mr. Vivek has a question to Ministry of Agriculture. So MP has given, we are giving permission for MP to raise his question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, sir. My question is for Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare. When the 100% of claim money is collected as a premium, but payouts are delayed or denied, isn't this effectively a risk-free business for the insurance companies? Who profits from these arrangements? Is it the insurance companies or ruling party? So my question is, what safeguards exist to prevent money being made under the table?
Minister of Agriculture may respond to the question raised.
Honorable Chair, I would like to start my speech with a quote saying, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. Like a country in India where we believe farmers are the backbone of our country, I strongly agree that the premiums are high. But in this scenario, the insurer has more to lose. It rains frequently and the crops getting destroyed has a higher chance. This is the reasons that the premium is high for crop insurance. In this case, we as the government pay the premium money and let the farmer cover the damage with the insurance claim. We as a government have come with a few reforms which might benefit the farmers and make insurance claim easier, such as insurance payout, ensuring strict timeline for claim settlement. Insurance companies will be requested to process claims within defined period after the crop loss. Penalties will be imposed for delay. Technology in agriculture field, which is necessary, I feel, advanced method to predict weather forecast in order to avoid unpredictable rain. Mobile-based crop cutting or remote-based crop cutting, who are not familiar with the mobile use, in order to avoid human delays and human disputes. Satellite imagery to confirm crop failure in order for false insurance claim. Accountability of insurance. Performance of the insurance companies is being closely monitored. Companies failing to settle the claim on time will face financial penalties. Farmers are being educated about claim procedures, documentation requirements, and timelines to reduce avoidable delay due to lack of information. Our government has introduced schemes which benefit our farmers. We are doing whatever we can, and I promise we will do better. Fasal Bima Yojan, which helps farmers claim their insurance faster and easier. Kishan Saman Nidhi provides income support, financial help for farming experiences. Kisan Credit Card provides short-term agriculture credit for low interest for crop production. Loans are covered for seeds, fertilizers, and other farming needs. The government remains committed to ensuring that crop insurance serves as an effective safety net. These reforms aim to make our system farmer-centric, transparent, and responsive, especially during unpredictable rainfall during the season. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Member of Parliament Harshad has a follow-up question to Ministry of Agriculture. MP can raise their questions.
If the insurance, the 100% of premium has been paid, then if the crops are not destroyed, then where will the premium amount goes to? Who are the beneficiaries? Isn't it a scam?
So when the farmers are taking insurance, so there's always a chance of losing the premium amount. So the majority of the premium amount is being paid by the government. So the farmers are usually beneficial when it comes to the insurance. So I don't think the premium amount is not valid because rainfall is very common in farming areas and it's very common. So I think farmers are usually beneficial because of this insurance.
Okay. Minister of Environment wants to say something, so I'm allotting 2 minutes to move for Minister to respond.
Honorable Chair, may I speak in my mother tongue Kannada to proceed in my speech? Okay. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಪೋಸಿಷನ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಒಬ್ಬರು ನಮಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಈಗ ಅರವಳ್ಳಿ ಹಿಲ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲೀಗಲ್ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟು, ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲೀಗಲ್ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದರು. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ, ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ 2006 ಇದರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಆ ಅರವಳ್ಳಿ ಹಿಲ್ಸ್ ರೇಂಜಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೆನ್ಷನಿಂಗ್ ಉಂಟು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲೋಕಲ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ಯಾವುದು ಅವರದ್ದು ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಇದೆ, ಲೋಕಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಸಮರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಈಗ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಜಾರ್ಗನ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದು ಕೆಲವೆಲ್ಲ ಟರ್ಮಿನಾಲಜಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿದು ಲೋಕಲ್ಸಿಗೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ರೂರಲ್ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರದ್ದು ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಇದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಸಮರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಥರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಉಂಟು. ಮತ್ತು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಈಗ ಆ ಅರವಳ್ಳಿ ಹಿಲ್ಸ್ ರೇಂಜಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಝೋನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಈಕೋ ಸೆನ್ಸಿಟಿವ್ ಝೋನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಏರಿಯಾಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಹಿಬಿಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಏರಿಯಾಸನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ನಾವು ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು? ದೇಶದ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ನಮಗೆ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬೇಕು? ಥರ್ಮಲ್ ಪವರ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡವಾ ನಾವು? ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಚೇರ್ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಅಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ.
So opposition leader has a question to ask for Minister of Environment and opposition leader can proceed.
Honorable Chairperson, may I continue with my question? Ministry of Environment has put forward a reply regarding the mining that it has been done with the understanding of the rural people, but still there are certain causes and there are certain effects of mining. How do you address this issue in regard to the protection of the rural people there and the people who belong to that area?
Minister can quickly respond.
Okay. May I continue with Kannada, please? ಓಕೆ. ಸೊ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅಪೋಸಿಷನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯ ಲೀಡರ್ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ, ಸೊ ರೂರಲ್ ಪೀಪಲಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಅಪೋಸಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅರವಳ್ಳಿ ಹಿಲ್ಸ್ ರೇಂಜಲ್ಲಿ. ಈಗ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಮೈನಿಂಗಿಂದ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ಸೇ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಮೊದಲೇ ನಾನು ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಿಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಇದೆ, ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಿಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಿಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಯಾರೂ ನೋಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಿಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಸ್ಸೇ ನೋಡೋದು. ಅದೇ ನಾನು ಆಗ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. ಈಗ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಿಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಏನು? ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಇರೋಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಎಂತ ಕಾಸಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಅ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಐ ನೋ that how the landscape must be done, how the landscape must be seen. Okay, we use satellite technology ನಾವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಈಗದ್ದು ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜಿಯೋಗ್ರಾಫಿಕಲ್ ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ಸ್ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ, ಯಾವುದೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಪೀಪಲ್ಗೆ ಹಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಪೀಪಲ್ಗೆ ಏನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯನ್ನು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ವಿ ಆರ್ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟಿಂಗ್. ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಚರಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಚೇರ್ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಅಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ.
Okay. Honorable Member Sandesh has a question for, follow-up question for Ministry of Road Transportation.
Honorable Speaker, the opposition promising we'll build flyovers, we'll build broad roads and so on. And I'll remind the Honorable Minister, the Pampel flyover took 12 years. The students become parents, the vehicles become scrap, and you are promising now you will build as if you are building an overnight itself, right? So one flyover needs a decade. How many lifetimes will lead to construct a one road? So I ask the question to opposition directly: are these promises about development or just recycled speeches of unfinished speeches? Before dreaming of new flyover, will you at least explain why the world wants takes generations to construct?
So
thank you.
Just a clarification, MP.
Yes, sir.
So your question is for opposition, as you have stated in your question?
No, sir. It's for the ruling party, sir.
Okay, it's for the Ministry of Transport.
Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, sir.
Because I heard that you were saying the question is for opposition, so I was confused.
Sorry for mistakes. Yeah.
Minister of Transport can respond.
I'm sorry for what you asked a question. The main thing making a flyovers is took 12 years. I think maybe the improvement of a country or a nation. We make, as the environment minister told that, they see only a positive, they see only negative, not a positive. We ensure our safety because the Bangalore and the Mangalore where the junction have been, they with the people of the crowd, the education system, the hospitals, the infrastructures, the IT department, the companies, they are most of the infrastructures. We may take time to take the procedure to make some better. So I think so it takes time.
Okay, so opposition leader has a question for Ministry of Education, follow-up question. You can proceed.
Dear Chair, can I answer?
Please.
My question is to the Ministry of Education. During the last year, we all witnessed throughout the nation that there was a particular syllabus change during the time of examination. Particularly, if we were to put an example to the issue, in the Karnataka State Board of Education, they changed the syllabus of economics in the last moment. How does the ministry respond to the changing syllabuses very quickly and in such huge differences at the last moment?
Okay, Minister of Education can respond.
So, major syllabus changes are notified at least one academic year in advance. No substantial change is permitted and mid-academic session. All boards and universities are required to follow this timeline. Any deviation is subject to review and administrative action. So that special focus is given to the government and rural institution. They are delivered both online and offline to ensure inclusion. Their impact is reviewed through student performance and feedback. Thank you.
All right. So Minister of Environment wants to speak on behalf of government.
Honorable Chair. ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಪೋಸಿಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಕೇಳಿದರು, ಈಗ ಹೈವೇಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿದ್ದು 12 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು 6 ವರ್ಷದವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ 6 ವರ್ಷ 12 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿ ಆಯಿತು ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಪ್ಪ. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಅಪೋಸಿಷನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಕೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾವು ಈಗ ಹೊಸ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಂದದ್ದು ಹೌದಾ? ನಮಗಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ರೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿದ್ದದು ಹೇಳಿ? ನಮಗಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ರೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿದ್ದದು? ನೀವು 12 ವರ್ಷ ತನಕ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ? ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು, ನಾವು ರೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು 12 ವರ್ಷ ತನಕ? ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು, ಜನತೆಗಳು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ಚೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು? ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಂಟು, ದ ಫೇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಮಚ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ, ದ ಫೇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಮಚ್. ಸೊ ದೇ ವಾಂಟ್ ಆನ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವೈಸಿಂಗ್ ನೇಷನ್, ನಾಟ್ ಅ ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ನೆಂಟ್ ನೇಷನ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು, ಚೇರ್ಪರ್ಸನ್, ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಅಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ.
So MP Shubham has a follow-up question to Finance Ministry. So you are allowed to speak.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question is to Finance Ministry. My question is that with schemes such as free bus travel or half tickets for women and expanded pension for senior citizens support, how is the ministry ensuring these welfare measures sustainably funded while maintaining fiscal discipline?
Finance Ministry can respond.
Can I answer in Kannada, sir?
Yes, please.
ಈ ಒಂದು ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಿದೆ, ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೆಂಗಸರಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ವೃದ್ಧರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಬಂದರೆ, ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಹೆಂಗಸರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಿದ್ದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಗಂಡಸರಿಗಂತ ನಾನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳು ಬಂದು ಹೋಗಾಯಿತು, ಬಟ್ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹೆಂಗಸರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಾವು ಕೊಡೋದು ಅದು ಸರಿ ಅಂತ ನಾ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ, ಈಗ ಗಂಡಸರು ದುಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಹೆಂಗಸರು ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಇದನ್ನು ವೃದ್ಧರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ನನಗನಿಸುವುದು ಸರಿ.
Any other follow-up question from the opposition? MP Sandesh can raise the question. If it is relevant, it will be taken. Otherwise, it will be discarded.
Yes, sir. As the member of parliament saying, ruling party member, so Aravallis for the betterment of the nation, we need to do mining. Okay. So I appreciate it, but at what cost you want to mine? Okay. In case of Aravallis, if you see, if you cut down the Aravallis, just left of Aravallis, there is a desert called Marustuli. There is an Indian desert, right? If you cut down the Aravallis, the desertification will continue like anything, and it will enters the capital city of India, Delhi, and also it continue towards the UP and MP and Gujarat, and no one will going to stop it. And the desert, stopping the desert is very, very difficult. As you see, government is coming up with a lot of efforts, lot of policies, and you want to cut down the mountains, and you want to do mining and continue with the desertification. And also, the mountains are the oldest mountains, even older than the Himalayas. They may look smaller, but they are not smaller. They were once upon a time, they were the highest mountains in the world. Okay. So if you are cutting down, it will also reduces the groundwater drainage system. Okay. So of course, the Rajasthan and all will first of all getting a less water. In future also they'll get less water. In Delhi also become less water, the outcomes are very, very disastrous. So I'm asked this ruling party, please answer this. Thank you, sir.
Minister of Environment can respond.
Honorable Chair, as the question raised by the opposition party member, one thing I want to rectify in that statement, what the opposition party member had said. Nobody is cutting down the mountains. We are not cutting the mountains. Like, how will we cut down the mountains? How? Even I know from 3000 to 4000 years that Aravalli Hills has been formed. It has been there till now. We are not mining in the top of the hill. We are mining in and around that areas of Aravalli Hills. As you said, desertification is a serious problem, and we know what and all the threats are to be induced by this mining, and we are working upon it with the experts like geologists, environmentalists, and we are trying to understand what and all the consequences. As you mentioned, I'm not saying that there are no consequences. There are some consequences, and we will be trying to reduce it as much as possible. Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity for replying to the opposition of member. Thank you.
All right. So a quick question to. May I know who this question is? Who has given this question? Question to Family Welfare Minister. Okay. So yeah. So Honorable Member Shubham can raise the question to the Family Welfare Ministry.
Thank you, Chairperson, to give me this opportunity. The question is to the Health and Family Welfare. During COVID outbreak, Ayush doctors came forward to help the doctors, like help the MBBS doctors. Still, they were not given the recognition. So, what this government is going to take steps to give the recognition to the Ayush doctors?
Minister of Health and Family Welfare can respond.
You see, the government has also invested in strengthening the health workforce, and again with strengthening the health workforce, we have invested in giving recognitions to all those honorable doctors who have put their life on death, who have put their life on risk to save the COVID-19 patients, affected patients. Thank you.
Minister,
Yes, sir.
so the MP is asking whether Ayush doctors can be used to solve this problem.
Yeah, as we have launched the Ayushman Bharat, we have in another mission, we can still use the Ayush doctors.
All right. So, honorable members, we conclude the questionnaire at the moment. So, we will resume the session for bill discussion. I request the leaders of the both parties to give their order of speaking. The session will adjourn. We'll meet at 2 o'clock. We'll commence the afternoon session immediately. Parliamentarians resume their seat. Now, in front of our house is a public bill. The following public bill, DPDPR 2025, Digital Personal Data Protection Rules 2025, is the public bill in front of us. And in order to present the bill, Honorable Minister of Information and Technology is with us. You have been allotted 15 minutes to present the bill. "15 minutes to present the bill."
Honorable Speaker, respected members of the August House, with your permission, I rise today to present before this House DPDPRS, Digital Personal Data Protection Rules 2025, framed under this Act. The rules together consist of what may be called as digital production of the country. Honorable Speaker, I wish to place on a record that is completely copying these rules has been already circulated to all the House members. I request them to please kindly move the pages as they move on. Honorable members, this authority of rules flows through the section 40 of DPDPRS as recorded on page number 24 and 25. The draft rules were published for public consideration, keeping open objection and suggesting 4 or 5 days, examined refining of central government before final notification. This process reinforces the DPDP IRS is not excluded shorted, but a consoled and legitimate ground-old framework. In a sense, public can consult their data or delete their data as per their wish. On the government should follow up within 4 or 5 days to completely erase them. Honorable Speaker, a critical feature that of these rules are pronounced in page number 25. These rules recognize that data protection compliances is structured, not cosmetic. Institutions require time to build system. Citizens require time to understand these rights. Accordingly, certain provisions comes into force immediately after 1 year or so. The majority after 18 months. This ensures the regular maturity, not by regular panic. Honorable Member, on page number 25 to 26, the rules define the concept of understanding operation in India. Every single notice by the data fiduciary must stand independently, be written in clear and plain language, be specific about the data collected, state the precise purpose of processing, provide simple mechanical for withdrawal consent, rights of exercising of rights, filling compliances before board. This end of error is unreadable consistency that reads and establishes the information of choice. Honorable Speaker, one of the most transformative aspects of these rules is the introduction of consent manager, providing rule number 4 on page number 26 and first schedule spanning from page number 32 to 34. Consent manager are the Indian incorporated entities must be strictly financed and have government
Minister,
standards.
page number, rule number 4 is on page number 25, not 26.
Sorry for that. Page number 25. The first schedule panning is from page number 32 to 34. As an act of fiduciary of the data principle, not intimate cooperation, enabling citizens to give, review, manage and withdraw consent through inappropriate platforms. Importantly, these rules are mandatory for the consent manager cannot read or access this personal data by fiduciary. Honorable member, on page number 26 and 27, written as second schedule on page number 35, the rules regulates how the state and its intermission may process personal data. The state is bounded by lawful purposes, data minimalism, accuracy and consistency, time-bounded regulations, security safeguarding, accountabilities to decision-making authorities. This provides affairs to the state that does not, the state is not above the data of law protection. Honorable Speaker, rule number 6 on page 27 and 28 places steadily responsibility for data security on data fiduciary. Mandatory safeguard includes encryption, masking, tokening, access
Minister,
control.
there seems to be some problem. The page number which you are mentioning is completely different from what you have provided.
I think so. I got an error in page numbers while making it.
PDF page and the document page might be different. You can look at the copy and you can make the adjustments.
Sure, sir.
So you can take help of the Minister of Commerce to Finance to get the copy.
Just pass me a copy.
Please go ahead.
So in page number 28 illustration, in case 1, child is informed that data fiduciary that she is a child declares parent as her, P as a parents. So parents can identify herself through the website, app or appropriate meanings. Parent identify herself as the parent or information of data fiduciary that she can register using data fiduciary platforms and has previously made available for her identity and age details in her data fiduciary. Before processing child personal data of the creator of the creation of her user account, data fiduciary shall check to confirm that it holds reliable identity and age details of parent. So, Honorable Speaker, draft shift on page number 29 and 30, written this in third schedule of 36. For the first time, Indian law states clearly that personal data shall not be restrained border necessary. Large digital platform must erase personal data after 3 years of inactiveness, unless the person wants to keep their data in the company. Honorable Member, on page number 30 and 31, supported by the fourth schedule of page number 36 to 38, the rules impose that variability of parents concerned due to age verification, limited and purpose bounded exemption for healthcare, education and safety. This child is not treated as a data source but as a right being individual. Honorable Speaker, the rules also address the consent of a person with disability by requiring them verifying by their lawful guardians, aligning themselves with the disability law, ensuring dignity, protection and anonymous wherever possible. Honorable Member, on Rule 13, page number 31, imposing high standards on significant data fiduciary includes annual data protection impacts assignment, individual auditors, algorithmic risk checks. Honorable Member, on the page number 31 and 32, rules operation right to mandatory, public grieves that mechanical, 91 days of response time, nomination of the representative, digital access to remedies. Right is actionable, not aspiration. Honorable member, the board itself is designed as a first digital institution on page number, as detailed in the page number 32 and 33. Online procedures, time bounding inquiries, transparency, digital appearance. Justice is made efficiently and modern. Honorable member, the rules also provides careful, limited exemption for research and statistics, government functions, and national security and sovereignty, with certain defined authority, officers, and purpose as detailed in the 2nd and 7th schedules. Honorable member, through this statement, I formally place before this House the Personal Data Protection Rule 2025, concluding the DPDP IRS of India. These rules protect citizens, impose accountability to state and industry, and enabling innovation with responsibility, and embedding constitutional privacy in digital governments. I once again urge this House members to refer the copies already circulated among each other. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Opposition leader would like to mention the motion. Any explanation that you would like to give?
Sir, as you are, Honorable Chair, as you are the Vice President of the country, he has been missingly referring to you as the Speaker instead of referring to you as the Chairperson of the House.
Right. So the Minister has been warned. Continue, please. So the Minister, of course, you have explained the bill. What about the 7 schedules that you have attached?
So the schedules I have explained during the saying of the law, of the bill. When I have said page number 24 to 25, schedule, please refer schedule 3, schedule 2 or schedule 1.
Okay. So, Honorable former Minister and Member of the Parliament, Mr. Chavan, wants to discuss the bill, and he has been allotted 15 minutes of time to discuss.
Honorable Chair and Honorable members of the Parliament, first I would like to thank the ruling party for finally bringing the bill after the 4 years. But the ruling party forgot that there are some flaws inside them. So I'm going to be pointing out those flaws. First is excessive executive control. The Rule 15 says transfer of personal data outside Indian states. I wanted to ask the question to the ruling party that how can you justify that? You are saying in DPDPR Act that data is your privacy, and also you are saying that personal data can be transported outside the India. Can you justify that? This means the central government has all the power over our data, and these can be misused by any government official. And by this, House becomes a post office, not a legislature. Secondly, data kept for 1 year minimum, even if citizens delete accounts. Under Rule 3, it says that data fiduciary must keep data logs for 1 year, even if citizens delete his account or log out of his account. So where is the privacy? You are saying that you are keeping 1 year of citizens' data for 1 year, even if he or she deletes the account. Why you are doing that? Nextly, the government itself claims power to process citizens' data without meaningful consent. As of now, government has formed one body to protect the data, but again, it is governed by the government. So you have all the power to control that body itself. So if you want anything from any citizen, like if you want to process some other details of any citizens, you can. Without our consent, without taking our consent, you can do that, and without even telling us. Next is, key provisions are delayed for years. Citizens' rights postponed. Like I said before, Rule 3, 5 to 16, 22 and 23 tells us that if data breaches happen and data of citizens is leaked, then it is the right of board to inform the citizens. But when? For how many years it will take the citizens to be informed? Next one is, consent is being turned into bureaucratic obstacle course. The rules repeatedly use the phrase verified consent and ask data fiduciary to authenticate the identity details against DigiLockers and or authorized entities, especially for children. If they are under 18, they need, you said that they need parents' consent. But instead of that, you are taking the parents' personal data and using them for your benefits. And sixth one is, as I said before, burden on citizens during data breaches. You said that if a data fiduciary or if a company does the data breach, it will be fined up to 250 crores. But what about the citizens? How much money he will get? All the money, where does all the money goes? In the corruption. Seventh one is, the rule grants exemption to significant data handlers who should be accountable. Under Rule 12, major data fiduciary are exempted from child data protections if they fall into categories listed into 4th schedule. As you said before, there are some data fiduciaries that are exempted from if they want to collect your data, they can collect without your consent. If they come under government bodies, for example, if government is announcing any scheme, you say that you need citizens' data and you take without their permission. So there are some companies which are under government that can take citizens' data without their consent. And the next one is, citizens are treated like customer service. Rule 14 says that redressal should be respond within 90 days. That means if any data breaches happen or anything happens with the citizens' data, or if you want to do anything with the citizens' data, first you have to inform the citizens within the 90 days. But are you doing that? Now let me address the political elephant in the room. If this ministry protected privacy with the same enthusiasm with which it protects digital advertising revenue, India would be world's safest country. If it invested half of the earned money in cybersecurity by encouraging cybersecurity systems, then India would be grown very secure. Sir, this is nothing but a tragedy and the overconfidence of the ruling party. Nextly, the privacy is not a charity, it's a constitutional guarantee. Let us remember the Supreme Court's Puttaswamy judgment, which held privacy as a fundamental right. But a right cannot be given shape through the rules that postpone implementation, dilute consent, elevate executive discretion, and erase citizens' agency. Sir, we are talking about Aadhaar databases, telecom logs, bank KYCs, mobile data, health data, education platforms, and AI-driven platforms. Sir, if one bank's database is breached, who are responsible for that? Government? No, government will not take the responsibility of that. It is not mentioned that if a data breach happens, who will be responsible for that? We will lose our money, and simply the government will say that next time it will not happen. I want, our party wants to know that who will be taking the responsibility if data breach happens. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, the digital future of our republic cannot be done by deferred enforcement and ministry circulars. Therefore, sir, I urge this House, send these rules back to the Constitution and add some amendment so that it will be very good and it will secure the future of our India. We are in this era of digitization. If you are going to become digital India, we need to make secure India also. We have to give some more importance to cyber in the cyber field and not in the advertisement field. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chavan, so what do you mean by we'll have to send back this bill to Constitution?
No, sir. For the amendments, we have to do some amendments. I meant like that.
Okay. So the opposition party plans to introduce some amendments to this? Okay. All right. Now I invite Parliamentarian and Minister Mr. Mahapadma Jain to give his remark, and you have been allotted 5 minutes.
Honorable Chair and my dear parliamentarians, I am having a copy of this recent data breaches published by Internet Freedom Foundation, and I would like to give a copy of this to you as well, Honorable Chairperson, please. I would ask you to please look after this, sir.
Please continue.
Okay. So this is what the India has faced earlier. Tata Fiduciary, Domino's India, April 2021, size of breach, data related to 18 crore orders placed within Domino's India, Upstocks, April 2021, KYC data of 20 lakh Upstock customers, MobiWik, March 2021, data of 10 crore Indian MobiWik users, Facebook, April 2021, data of 60 lakh Indian Facebook users,
Minister,
Air India.
There seems to be a problem.
Yes, sir.
So you are providing me the list, and the list is with me.
Okay.
But so there seems to be a lack of understanding among parliamentarians what a data breach is. So you might want to explain it first before you explain
Yes, sir.
the details.
Yes. So this is what I am saying. Earlier, these data breaches have been occurred in our country. So there was no such legal provision for the privacy of the citizens. So this was happening. So because of
Minister,
this,
I'm sure that you are a very educated person.
Yes,
but you need to understand that the parliament is of diversity. Not
Okay.
everybody understand what a data breach is.
okay,
It is even hard for some people to understand what a personal data is.
okay,
So that lack of understanding has to be filled
Yes.
by either you or the minister, or before we proceed. Otherwise, there will be a lack of understanding among us.
okay. So data breach generally, in simple terms, it means that personal data of any individual is getting leaked to the public. It will be available for the public, the personal data. So there is a types of data. One is personal data, another one is non-personal data. Personal data refers to the data through which you can identify a person by looking at his face. You can say his name, his gender, his place of birth, etc. details. And while coming to the non-personal data, you cannot identify the name and other aspects of that person. That is non-personal data. While coming to the critical data, in critical data, the biometric information or the sexual orientation, such important aspects are covered in the critical data. So I hope I am clear with the terminologies for the all parliamentarians. Next, I want to reply to the allegations which were put forward by the opposition party member. Honorable Chair, the opposition's criticisms of the Digital Personal Data Protection Act is not really about protecting citizens' privacy. It is about importing foreign legal frameworks without understanding Indian realities. First, I want to clear one point. He spoke about the on breach notification and transparency. The opposition claims that India has diluted breach notification norms. Now, that is factually incorrect. Under the DPDP rules 2025, once a data fiduciary becomes aware of a personal data breach, it must inform affected individuals without delay. In clear and plain language, the notification must include the nature and extent of breach, likely consequences, remedial steps taken, and safety measures users should adopt. Okay, thank you, sir.
If you wish to continue, you may.
Okay, thank you. Now coming to the, as he said about the personal data going outside the country, in a global digital economy, data security is not determined by the physical location of servers, but by who controls the data, under which law, and with what enforceable accountability. A server located within India without effective oversight offers less protection than data processed abroad under binding legal obligations enforceable by Indian law. That is why this government has rejected simplistic blanket data localization. And one thing I want to make clear, so any data which are related to Indians, even it is having with the foreign company, the DPDP Act applies to that data. By this I want to conclude, sir.
Mr. Lakshmi Sharath would like to speak. So, Mr. Lakshmi Sharath has been granted 5 minutes.
Honorable Chair, we would like to raise the concern regarding the DPDP Act. The DPDP Act does not distinguish between ordinary personal data and highly sensitive data, such as health records, biometric identifiers, genetic data, or financial information. In view of Article 21 of the Indian Constitution, as interpreted by the Honorable Supreme Court in Justice K.S. Puttaswamy versus Union of India 2017, which mandates a higher degree of protection for intimate personal information. How does the government justify applying a uniform protection standard to vastly different categories of personal data? Does this not dilute constitutional guarantees of dignity and informational privacy?
Honorable Member Ishit would like to speak. 4 minutes has been granted to the MP Ishit.
Okay, so the criticism that the DPDP Act does not differentiate between personal data and critical data misunderstands both its intent as well as practicality. Firstly, rigidly classifying data as critical or non-critical at a primary legislation level is not smart governance, it is bad law. Technology, data usage, and threat vectors evolve faster than Parliament can amend statutes. What is critical today may be irrelevant tomorrow and vice versa. By keeping the definition of personal data principle based on the Act ensures future flexibility and not regulatory paralysis. Secondly, the DPDP Act follows a risk-based approach and not a label-based approach. Higher risk data processing automatically attracts higher compliance obligations, stricter security safeguards, stronger security scrutiny by the Data Protection Board. So protection is determined by risk and impact and not by just arbitrary tags. Thirdly, differentiating critical data in law would create compliance confusion and loopholes. Companies would spend more time arguing whether data fits a category than actually protecting them. We have seen this problem earlier under sectorial regulations. Classification becomes a defense tactic for violators. India's priority is universal baseline protection. The DPDP Act ensures that every citizen's data is protected, not just by the regulators that choose to label it as critical. That is a stronger rights-based approach and not a weaker one. Nothing prevents the government from imposing additional safeguards through rules or sector-specific regulations where required health, finance, defense, or national security. The Act enables this without looking the country into outdated definitions. In short, the absence of rigid data classification is not a flaw but a deliberate design choice to ensure adaptability, enforceability, and real-world effectiveness. The opposition wants theoretical perfection, but the government has delivered practical protection.
So, Honorable MP Nishant would like to respond. Yes. 4 minutes has been allotted to the MP.
Honorable Chairperson, before this Parliament today, I would like to set a stage. The great author George Orwell, who was a British writer and was set in India, has written a book known as Animal Farm. The book, let me bring the very core concepts to the framing of your mind. The story is about Johnson, who owns a farm, and animals who rebel against him, and they set up a new government. And in that government, the first and foremost rule is everybody is equal. But with time, what happens is the government starts taking up more power, and then the quote turns to all people are equal, but some people are more equal than others. I bring up this point to say that government itself being exempted as a data fiduciary that it is a detrimental blow to the constitution. The Article 14 prevents arbitrariness in the way things are spoken out, and as such, the opposition will be holding the ruling party accountable as exempting the government from being from the rules of DPDP allows it to use our data and invade privacy when it may not even be accountable, and it is up to the opposition to hold the ruling party accountable. Saying thus, I would like to ask what the ruling party's statements on this. Thank you.
The MP mentioned George Orwell's Animal Farm. But what comes to my mind is 1984. Big Brother is watching us, and that is much more relevant to data protection than anything else, I believe. Minister Anvita would like to respond, and 4 minutes has been granted to Ms. Anvita.
Honorable Chair, I thank the Honorable Member for raising concerns regarding government exemptions under the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. and for referencing international frameworks like those of UK and Germany. Honorable Chair, no democratic nation, whether under the GDPR or otherwise, functions without carefully defined exemption for the state. Even in Europe, data protection law recognize exceptions for national security, public order, defense, and criminal investigations. And India is no more different in principle, though scale and security challenges are far greater. The exemption under the DPDP Act are not blanket or unchecked powers. They are purpose-specific, lawful, and necessity-based. They exist to ensure the governance, law enforcement, and national security are not paralyzed in increasingly hostile cyber environment. Most importantly, Honorable Chair, the government is not above the law. These exemptions remain subject to constitutional limitation, judicial review, parliamentary oversight, and the safeguard laid down by the Supreme Court in the Puttaswamy judgment, which mandates legality, proportionality, and accountability. Jai Hind, Dhanyavad.
So, MP Sandesh has a question. 4 minutes has been granted to Mr. Sandesh.
Honorable Sir, in this country, a citizen needs a document for ration, document for pension, and a document for dignity. But his data needs nothing. It flows freely across the ocean, across the borders, and across the responsibility. A villager files a form in India. By this evening, his data flows to the foreign hospitality. In the 5-star servers, there will be zero accountability. The government says, don't worry, the data can flow. Minister, I'm not concerned about where does the data goes. I'm concerned when it lost, who will concern it? Who will take care of it across the border? So, if the data breach happens, will this the government says, sorry, it is not under our jurisdiction. Okay. Sir, this is a brilliant export model. We export citizens' information, import data breaches, and manufacture denials. So, I ask this ruling party, is this a crisis, cross-border data problem, or a cross-border data escape? Are we sharing a data or shipping citizens' privacy cross-border? Thank you, sir.
Minister Sugandhi may respond for 4 minutes.
Well, Honorable Chairperson, the effectiveness of any data protection law depends not only on its principles but on its enforcement power. In this regard, the European Union's GDPR sets a global benchmark imposing penalties of up to 4% of companies' global turnover. These penalties are not symbolic, they are existential threats compelling even the largest tech giants to prioritize compliance. India's DPDP Act, however, adopts a far softer approach. While it provides for monetary penalties, these are capped and discretionary, decided by a data protection board that operates under a significant executive influence. For multinational technology corporations with trillion rupee revenues, such penalties may simply become a cost of doing business, not a deterrent. This raises a serious question. Why would a company invest heavily in compliance when violating the law is cheaper? In markets where data is monetized aggressively, weak penalties create incentives to take risks with user rights, especially when enforcement is uncertain and delayed. Moreover, discretionary penalties introduce regulatory unpredictability, which can undermine trust in the system. Strong data protection regimes function best when enforcement is independent, predictable, and proportionate to economic power. Without turnover linked penalties, India risks creating a two-tier system. Strict compliance burdens for startups and domestic firms, and manageable fines for global giants. If government truly expects compliance, it must rely on goodwill but on credible deterrence. Data protection is not merely a compliance issue, it is a matter of digital sovereignty, citizen trust, and democratic accountability. Strong enforcement does not scare investors, weak enforcement scares citizens. In the digital age, rights without remedies are illusions. For the DPDP Act to succeed, penalties must be strong enough that non-compliance is never cheaper than compliance. Thank you.
The question still stands in front of the Parliament that, so Minister of IT may answer this. So what are we talking about? What kind of data are we talking about? Are we talking about Aadhaar number? Are we talking about photographs of individuals? So what is the data that we are talking about? If Honorable Minister of IT can give us an understanding, that would be useful for our discussion.
Honorable Chairperson, so I have few copies where what and all data are mentioned or being safeguarded is there with me. So I would like to pass it on to you.
You can read it out first. Once you read it
I
out,
have another
then
copy.
pass it. Okay.
The data which and all are being prevented are personal data, not of Aadhaar card or anything. These are healthcare records which, let's an example say, a person goes to an hospital, their health is monitored on what and all diseases they have or what type of operation they went. The hospital will keep these data with themselves. So these kind of data are very sensitive. Companies may use this to sell you pharmacy items or give you loans kind of things. So that one, then data which includes privacy manner also. Let's say search history or your normal day-to-day searches, where if you search for any kind of thing in Google, let's say you want to search for any beauty products, so these companies will use that data to again give it to the other companies or other salespersons that will advertise you their products. So these kind of data also are included in this. Yeah, even for gamers or people who are gaming online, those data where they find how much hours do they game or what type of game they play, we also cover that. Social media influences, e-economic and individual data like if they want to buy a house, where people will get to mandatory places where, okay, this BHK is quite lower than the other. These kind of data also will be secured by it. So.
All right. Member Ms. Soumya would like to raise some questions.
ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಭಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ನಾನು ಇಂದು ಮಾತನಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವುದು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತಂದುಕೊಂಡಿರುವ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ದತ್ತಾಂಶ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣಾ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯ ಒಂದು ಗಂಭೀರ ದೌರ್ಬಲ್ಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಅದೇನೆಂದರೆ ಭವಿಷ್ಯದ ನಿಯಮಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಅತಿಯಾದ ಅವಲಂಬನೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯರೇ, ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಜಾರಿಯಾದ ಕ್ಷಣದಿಂದಲೇ ಅದು ಜನರಿಗೆ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ನೀಡಬೇಕು. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ನಂತರ ನಿಯಮಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ನಿರ್ಧರಿಸಲಾಗುವುದು ಎಂದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಿಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದೊಂದು ಕಾನೂನಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಭರವಸೆಯ ಪಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾತ್ರವಾಗಿದೆ ಎಂದು ನಾನು ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಡೇಟಾ ಉಲ್ಲಂಘನೆ ನಡೆದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಗರಿಕರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಬೇಕು? ಡೇಟಾ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು? ನಾಗರಿಕರಿಗೆ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಹೇಗೆ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು? ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಉತ್ತರಗಳು ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಭವಿಷ್ಯದ ನಿಯಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಾಕಿ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಭಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ನಿಯಮಗಳು ಯಾವಾಗ ಬರುತ್ತವೆ ಎಂಬುದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾಲಮಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿಯಮಗಳು ಬರುವವರೆಗೂ ನಾಗರಿಕ ದತ್ತಾಂಶ ಸುರಕ್ಷಿತವಲ್ಲ ಎಂಬುದು ಕಠೋರ ಸತ್ಯ. ಇದು ನಾಗರಿಕರ ಗೌಪ್ಯತೆ ಹಕ್ಕಿನೊಂದಿಗೆ ಆಟವಾಡುವಂತಾಗಿದೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಹೇಳುತ್ತದೆ ನಿಯಮಗಳು ಬರುತ್ತವೆ ಎಂದು, ಆದರೆ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷ ಹೇಳುತ್ತದೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಎಂಬ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು. ಮಾನ್ಯರೇ, ಒಂದು ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಬಲವಾಗಿರಬೇಕೆಂದರೆ ಅದು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿರಬೇಕು, ತಕ್ಷಣ ಕಾರ್ಯಗತಗೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಜಾರಿಯಾದರೂ ಅದರ ಆತ್ಮ ನಿಯಮಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಕಾಯುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಈ ಸದನದ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾನು ಸರ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ, ಭವಿಷ್ಯದ ನಿಯಮಗಳಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಈ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಇಂದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಎಂದು. ಇಂದು ಕ್ಷುಲ್ಲಕ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆಗಳು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಇಂದು ಸೈಬರ್ ಅಪರಾಧ, ಹಣ ವಂಚನೆ, ಲೈಂಗಿಕ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯಗಳು ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಜಗದ ನಿಯಮ ಎನ್ನುವಂತೆ ಒಂದು ಲಿಂಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರ ಜೀವನ ಸಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ವಿಚಾರ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಂಶವನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕಳೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಿದ್ದರೆ ಇಂತಹ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಏಕೆ ಜಾರಿಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು? ಹಣ, ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಕಾರಣಗಳಿಗೆ ಗೌಪ್ಯತೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಇಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ದತ್ತಾಂಶ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣಾ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯು ನಾಗರಿಕರ ದತ್ತಾಂಶ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಗೆ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯಾದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನವು ಭವಿಷ್ಯದ ನಿಯಮಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಮಾರ್ಗಸೂಚಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಅವಲಂಬಿತವಾಗಿರುವುದು ಈ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೌರ್ಬಲ್ಯ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯ ತಕ್ಷಣದ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಅಡ್ಡಿಯಾಗುವ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲವಾ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮುಂದಿಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Minister of Commerce, Ms. Sugandhi would like to respond to the questions raised by Ms. Soumya.
Honorable Chairperson, while Brazil's LGPD and the EU's GDPR explicitly recognize the dangers of automated decision-making and algorithmic profiling, especially in sensitive areas such as employment, credit access, insurance and welfare, India's Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023 remains largely silent on AI-driven discrimination. Under the LGPD, individuals have a clear right to request review of automated decisions, ensuring that algorithms do not operate as opaque, unchallengeable authorities. The GDPR goes even further, granting citizens the right not to be subjected to the decisions based solely on automated processing when such decisions significantly affect their lives. These laws acknowledge a critical truth. Algorithms are not neutral. They can be amplified bias based on caste, gender, income, location, or disability. In contrast, the DPDP Act does not explicitly regulate automated decision making or profiling. There is no guaranteed right to human review, no obligation, no data fiduciaries to explain algorithmic logic, and no clear safeguards against AI systems discriminating against vulnerable populations. In a country like India, where socio-economic inequalities are deep and data is increasingly used to decide access to jobs, loans, and government schemes, this omission is not minor. It is dangerous. The Act relies broadly on principles like lawful processing and reasonable security safeguards, but these are insufficient in the age of AI. Without transparency, accountability, and enforceable rights, citizens cannot challenge biased algorithms that may deny them opportunities silently and systematically. Therefore, while the DPDP Act protects data collection, it fails to adequately protect citizens from data-driven harm. The true digital rights must go beyond privacy and address fairness, explainability, and accountability in AI systems. Without this, the promise of Digital India risks becoming an architecture of automated exclusion. Thank you.
Well, the Minister, did you speak in support of the bill or in the opposition of the bill?
Sir, it was solely based on support of the bill itself.
Okay. Some aspect of it was, anyway, questionable. Just to bring back people into the discussion, so I remember this poem that I have read, and, of course, I'm not going to read the entire thing, but the first two and the last two lines. So, he was found to be, the Bureau of Statistics, to be one against whom there was no official complaint. So, that is how it starts, and it speaks about, so what was his insurance policy like, what was his health like, what was his education and everything. And at the end it says that, was he free, was he happy? The question is absurd. Had he been, had anything been wrong, we should have certainly heard. So what it means that, we are boiling down people into a number or a data or whatever, But the real question still stands, what happens to that person? Right? We are talking about real life which is at the stake here. So I hope the Parliament will focus on the lives of people when we are talking about the data. So I believe Mr. Sandesh has a question which concerns people's data and how it should be protected. You have our consent to raise the question.
Honorable Chair, so I have a follow-up question to ma'am. So previously I asked a question regarding a cross-border data, right? So there I said, so our data flows across the borders, okay. So, but ma'am said we will penalize them. Who will you penalize? Will the Indian companies you will penalize, or Indian government, Indian fiduciaries, Indian organization? If a data is going outside of the country, will the foreign country will penalize, or foreign police will penalize? Who will penalize? Foreign court will penalize, or Supreme Court will penalize? We don't have proper, mechanism for understanding about that. Please, can you provide? Thank you, sir.
So, Minister of Ms. Sugandhi may respond.
I'd like to thank the opposition party for raising such a good question. Yeah, well, if the data belongs to India, obviously it will be penalized within the India itself. No matter what, it is about the protection of the citizens of India and their personal data. So it will obviously not go out of the borders. That's it. Thank you.
So, Honorable Member Mr. Pratik has a question, so it can be raised.
ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಭಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ತಮಾಷಾತ್ಮಕ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಫ್ರೀ ಪಾಸ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಂತಾಗಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಕಂಪನಿ ಒಂದು ಡೇಟಾವನ್ನು ಸ್ಟೀಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನವರು ಫೈನ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ಆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟೇ ಅವರ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಡೇಟಾವನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಷನ್ಸನ್ನು ರೂಲ್ 2, ರೂಲ್ 6, ರೂಲ್ 23 ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನೀಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಒಂದೇ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕೆ ಹೊರತು ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಆಗಿರಬಾರ್ದು. ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ.
Okay, Mr. Pratik, but the question is, can you give an instance where how it could happen? How could government misuse the data? If you can give us some understanding, it would be better, I believe.
ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನ ಕೆಲವು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವಂಥ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಡೇಟಾವನ್ನೇ ಅವರು ಮಾರಿಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು, ಅವರ ಯೂಸರ್ಸ್ನ ಡೇಟಾವನ್ನು ಅವರು ಮಾರಿಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ಒಂದು ಟೆಲಿಕಾಮ್ ಕಂಪನಿ ಅದೇ BSNL ಒಂದು ಟೆಲಿಕಾಮ್ ಕಂಪನಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡರಲ್ಲೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಈ ಯೂಸರ್ಸ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೆಲಿಕಾಮಿನ ಯೂಸರ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನ ಬಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿರ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟೇ ಅದರ ಒಂದು ಕಂಪನಿಗೆ ಆ ಡೇಟಾವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾರಿಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು.
So, one more question by Mr. Nishant.
Honorable Chairperson, I would like to bring a follow-up question to the Education Minister's response saying that national security requires government to keep data opaque. So I think the minister is confusing the type of government we are running. We are running a democracy. There is discussions here. You can't just arbitrarily say that so and data is important for us and we need to secure this. What's the guarantee that you're just not selling the data somewhere? Like, we are here to hold you accountable, and as such we can't let you just say that it's a matter of national security, so we have to keep it all to ourselves. That's very contravening the constitution. And then I would also like to add that there's a popular internet aphorism that goes, the CIA investigated itself and found itself to be innocent. What it basically says is that an institution cannot be its own accountability factor, and the Right to Information Act acts as our own counterbalance to it. So please, ruling party, tell me, why are you exactly exempt from giving us this accountability? Thank you.
So, Minister of Education, you may respond to the allegations.
I appreciate the honorable member's concern regarding data portability under the DPDP Act. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕ್ವಶನ್ನಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ನೀವು ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯ ಡೇಟಾ ಲೀಕ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಡೇಟಾ ಲೀಕಿಗೆ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ನಾವೇ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಈಗ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯ ಡೇಟಾ ಲೀಕಿಂಗ್ ಕಂಪನಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದರೆ ನಾವು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೇವೆ. ಆದರೂ ಸಹ ಅವರು ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯ ಏನಾದರೂ ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ನ ಅವರು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯ ರೂಲ್ಸನ್ನು ಅವರು ಅದ್ರ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಅವ್ರು ನಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಕಠಿಣವಾದ ಪನಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಫಂಡಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಅವರು ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಂತಹ ನಾವು ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Minister of IT may respond to the couple of things that were said which might require his response. Go ahead.
So previously you asked of what data we are protecting. So I have the list over here. So identity data, which includes name, date of birth, gender, Aadhaar card and PAN card, passport, voter ID and driving license. Financial data, data bank details, UPI, card information, card history, transaction records. Health data, medical records, insurance information, diagnosis report and prescriptions. Location and mobility data, GPS and location history, travel records, mobile net data. Communication data, which includes phone numbers, email address, calls, messages, metabases. In education and employment data, we have academic records, skill certification, employment history. Biometric data, which includes fingerprint, facial recognition data, iris scan. Children and vulnerable persons data, which has data of days of minority, data of personnel with disability, behavior and profiling data, which includes online behavior patterns, algorithmic profiling information. So where this data can be misused, identity theft, stolen personal data can be used to open fake bank records or fake accounts, taking loans, credit card, committing crimes with someone else's name. Financial fraud, which includes misuse of financial data that can lead to unauthorized transaction, online scams, complete loss of savings. Surveillance and tracking, location of communication and data can be misused to track movements, monitor behavior, invade personal freedom. Profiling and discriminations, this data can be misused to deny job or loans, manipulate insurance premium accounts, target and exclude individual unfairly. Political manipulations, data can be used to manipulate influential options, spreading target misinformation, manipulating democratic choices. Harassment and blackmail. Personal data can be sensitive and may be used for online harassment, stalking, then blackmailing. For children's data, that can be misused, targeting and exploiting, grooming, unsafe digital exposure. Data can be sold or shared to creating individual advertisement, exporting consumer behavior, violating consent. These kind of data can be misused with the data which we are protecting. So,
Mr. Pratik would like to contribute to the discussion, and he may be.
The government says that user is the boss, but section 7 says the government can take every data without asking for services. Isn't this just blackmail? you are telling people, give us your data, or else you won't get your government benefits.
Okay, Mr. Nishant. Mr. Nishant, you have something to contribute to the discussion?
Yes, Honorable Chair. I don't think my question was really addressed. I think the ruling party just avoided my question like the plague. I asked what exactly gives you the exemption from the Right to Information Act, and the response was something regarding portability. I never mentioned portability, but however, I would like to have a response to that, because that's what is the grave matter here, and that's what is keeping the constitution intact. Thank you.
Ms. Anvita, you can respond, and meanwhile, Nishant's answer can be answered by somebody else.
Honorable Speaker, sir, India's digital ecosystem is fundamentally different from that of Europe. Millions of first-time internet users are rapidly growing startup and MSME ecosystem, where an unconditional and rigid mandate like a mature economies could unintentionally favor big tech while overwhelming Indian startup with compliance costs. The DPDP Act therefore adopts a phased and security-first approach, ensuring that this doesn't compromise data security, user privacy, or systematic stability. Honorable Chair, this is not about limiting competition, but about building it sustainably. The Act is designed as a future-ready and evolving framework. Thank you.
Okay. Would like to Minister respond for Nishant's remark? Okay. Meanwhile, Ms. Soumya.
ಸರ್, ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ಹೀಗೆ: ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ದತ್ತಾಂಶ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣಾ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯು ನಾಗರಿಕ ದತ್ತಾಂಶ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಗೆ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯಾದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನವು ಭವಿಷ್ಯದ ನಿಯಮಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಮಾರ್ಗಸೂಚಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಅವಲಂಬಿತವಾಗಿರುವುದು ಈ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೌರ್ಬಲ್ಯ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯ ತಕ್ಷಣದ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಅಡ್ಡಿಯಾಗುವ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲವೇ ಎಂದು. ಅಂದರೆ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರಿಗೆ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಮಾರ್ಗಸೂಚಿಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಇವರು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಮೂಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸರ್.
Mahapatma can respond.
Honorable Chair, I want to respond for the question that was raised by Soumya. This government does not view data protection as a static exercise, but as a continuously evolving responsibility. The digital personal data protection framework was deliberately designed as a future-ready law, capable of adapting to rapid technological changes rather than freezing to digital ecosystem with the rigid provisions. Since because of the modernization, the techniques, how the cyber security is having threats and the risks is deliberately changing day by day. So it is already a future-proof plan what we have designed in the DPDP Act 2025. In the coming period, the government will further operationalize and strengthen the data protection board with technical expertise, faster grievance redressal mechanisms, and sector-specific enforcement capacity, ensuring that citizens' rights are protected not just on paper but in practice as well. Detailed rules will progressively refine areas such as breach response attacks, governance of consent managers, enhanced obligation for high-risk data fiduciaries, and safeguards for emerging technologies including AI and automated decision making. At the same time, The government will continue to ensure the privacy operation and protection does not come at the cost of innovation, startups, MSMEs, or essential public services. India's digital economy cannot afford regulatory shock therapy. Instead, we are building a system that grows stronger as compliance maturity increases. International cooperation, cross-border trusted data arrangements, and alignments with global best practices will also expand in line with the India's strategic interests. Thank you.
Mr. Lakshmi Sharad may respond.
Honorable Chair, I would like to ask the ruling party that their claim is that the DPDP Act is for it's an evolving act. It's not intentionally it's not for the present generation. But when there are flaws today, will you amend it tomorrow? It's the main question as of now. If we are pointing out some flaws of the present act, we expect you, because this is the voice of the people. We are the representatives of the people here. So we expect you to make some amendments. It's not that the problems are being pointed out today and you're gonna make the amendments after some 5 to 6 years. It's evolving, yeah. According to your words, it's evolving. But what about the problems that we are facing today? Yes.
Minister Ms. Lubna can respond.
Honorable Speaker, the board is beyond scrutiny, so all the decisions that are taken by the DPDPR, by the Data Protection Board, is subject to judicial review, which means what all their decisions are challenged before courts, and yeah, and you know, for the involvement, and he's asking. And he's asking that about whether we will be amending in the future. Yes, amendments will be in the future, because right now we will, as there will be judicial review, we come to know what's the faults in our there will be further. We realize the faults that are in the DPDP Act. So through this review, we make the amendments. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Sandesh may contribute to the discussion.
Honorable Sir. Sir, as ma'am again said something wrong. I think somewhere ma'am should know the act properly. Sorry, the rules. Ma'am said, like, first of all, the data don't go outside of the country. It's funny to hear, actually. You know, it's like our data truly global. WhatsApp chat sleep in America, emails wake up in Ireland. An Indian citizen left wondering who is reading our dreams. Right? Actually, if you see WhatsApp chats, all details goes to USA. And in case of Google services, all Google services in our daily lives we use, all services, data goes to USA or else the European countries. And also see Amazon and Flipkart, mostly we use, right? Even their data also goes to the foreign countries. And also the Insta, the X, everything, almost all data goes to foreign servers. So I ask this ruling party, please answer it. Thank you, Speaker. Sir.
So, Minister, Ms. Sugandhi may respond and contribute to the discussion.
Again, I'd like to thank the same member for raising the question. Well, whatever the thing is, no matter how much data goes in and out the country, there's still something called as protection. And there are laws out there which protect the people and looks after so that the people's data won't be misused no matter what. And this is what data security is about. The whole and sole reason of the data security is to protect the personal information or whatever the information of the citizen of any country is. So no matter what, they'll be still penalized if anything goes wrong. So this would like to be, so this was what I was supposed to say, and yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Ms. Chavan, so government more or less said what is the usage of data, and it has kind of given an understanding what according to them is use of data and misuse of data is. What according to your party is usage of data and usage of data? So that hasn't been clear so far. If you can clarify that, it might contribute to the discussion.
Like sir, usage of data is government uses the data for their in the government schemes or anything, it will be useful. Like how many % of Indians are in the backward classes, or how many people are not getting jobs. That data will be useful for government, sir. In my opinion, or in my party's opinion, that is useful data. Like cash census and unemployment data, that will be useful data. But if we use some kinds of data, like for example, as our party member said, government has BSNL, telecom company. If BSNL tracks the user's data and use it for its own benefit, then it's misuse, sir. And if state bank or government banks tracks the user's data, and if it notices that one user have more money in their bank and it offers them insurance schemes and whatever that schemes are there, then it is misuse of data, sir. Thank you.
Minister, Mr. Mahapadma, so you may contribute to the discussion.
As said by the previously said by the Minister of Opposition, that WhatsApp is a US-based company, and the texts and messages which are done in WhatsApp will be in their servers. Of course, it will be there. It will be in their servers. And Sugandhi, our Commerce and Industry Ministry, has said that there is a thing called data protection, that which we are going to introduce in DPDP Act, of course, right? So she has said that. Adding to her point, that DPDP Act 2025 has already, I have said that it will apply to the data of Indians, even though the data fiduciary is foreign. So if a data fiduciary leaks any data, or if there is any data breach from the data fiduciary, the government will penalize up to 250 crores for the data fiduciary, which is a huge lump sum of money. Even though it is a MNC, 250 crores is a huge money, right? So this is a provision under DPDP Act. So there is no, it will lesser the chances of data breach, since there is a since we will penalize 250 crores on data fiduciary if they do data breach. Even it applies for the Indian companies or foreign companies. It holds the same for both. And as far as the opposition member Chavan said that, like the data of Indian citizens will be with the government, as said by the member of the opposition. And of course, he said some good points about our government. I want to thank him personally. Like he said that, okay, it will benefit for the caste census. Okay, yeah, we are doing caste census and all, and we are providing. It will be helpful for providing the necessary items for the citizens. It will be helpful for us to regulate, to do regulation or bring some provisions for the citizens, etc., etc. So it is quite useful for us as well. So this is the point I wanted to say. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Mahapadma and also Ms. Sugandhi. So, when you mentioned the protection, based on your explanation, I understand it, what you're referring to is encryption. However, if I see the act, I don't see anywhere encryption being mentioned as a part of protection. Anywhere in the bill, maybe even opposition can contribute to this discussion. So why is it not mentioned anywhere in the bill? So do you distinguish between protection and encryption? Do you want that to be here, or is that something which is not important to you? So if you can clarify, that would be helpful for the discussion.
Okay. As said by the Honorable Chairperson, who was this given from? Sir, actually, my co-minister Anas would like to answer this question which you have asked. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, the Sandesh has mentioned that WhatsApp did not give an inscription. I am suggesting the app, that Signal Chat app, which has more of an inscription app. It is very safe. I think it is possible to that topic.
Other than avoiding any advertisements inside the house, I think there is no point in changing the consumer behavior, and I don't think it is the objective of the house. But Minister of IT can respond and contribute and clarify regarding encryption, whether it is part of the act or why is it not mentioned in the act.
Honorable Chairperson, encryption in the bill means protection of personal data by covering it into a coded format, or unauthorized person cannot read it. So encryption is not there. It's like there are many types of encryption that cannot be passed in the bill. So it will be like, if this bill is passed and if any of the people who want to breach it, they will see what and all it is mentioned, which and all encryptions is used. Instead of showing that directly in the bill, we have not yet applied it. Since the technology is flowing, we are getting new ways of encrypting it.
MP Herschel has some remarks, and he would like to contribute to the discussion regarding the act. So he has been awarded 5 minutes to discuss.
Honorable Chairperson, why there are no remedies present in the provided document by the ruling party? My first question is that. Second question is, the president should be involved in selection of chairpersons and members. We cannot rely upon the ruling party in the selection of chairpersons and its members. And what is the reason for debarring the civil code procedures in this law? So thank you, sir.
Mr. Nishant, MP Mr. Nishant would like to contribute to the discussion.
Honorable Chairperson, I now finally understand Minister Sandeep's frustrations in the roads of Nantur. I asked the question 20 minutes ago and I still haven't found my own answer. The ruling party has not really been addressing our questions properly either. So there's the thing that what I exactly asked was that the constitution does not necessarily allow you to be opaque in terms of data management unless it's a high risk situation, and in case of that event only. Here DPDP is allowing you opaqueness in general terms and not in specific high risk situation. Also, I would like to add to my question. The data is not localized in India. Like data fiduciaries can process our data in foreign countries, while GDPR, the one that's set up in UK, the model set up in UK, allows makes data fiduciary be localized and process the country's data within its own borders. So where is this provision in our in our DPDP? Why is it missing, ruling party? And the environment minister previously said that the allegations by our minister here was bringing a foreign policy to India without being conscious of Indian realities. Well, what I am trying to say is that we are not trying to bring foreign policy to India without being conscious of Indian realities. We are keeping India to the standards that foreign policies have, and that contravening that you are doing, we are not going to take it lightly. Thank you.
MP Ishit would like to contribute to the discussion, and up to 5 minutes is awarded to Mr. Ishit.
So this is regarding the question that I don't know their name.
You can directly address the chair and respond.
Okay.
You don't have to.
So, sir, this is regarding the penalties and the compensation that was asked about that. There is no penalties in the act. So, that is not true. There is a penalty, as the Minister of Environment had told, about the 250 crore penalty that is there. And it is a regulatory punishment for the systematic failure and negligence. Its purpose is deterrence, so that companies invest seriously in data protection instead of treating citizens' data casually. Also, once again, penalty and compensation, they are both two different things. So compensation is mainly focused on an individual. So in that case, harm differs from person to person. Some may suffer financial loss, others may suffer reputational harm, and in many cases there are no measurable harm at all. So granting automatic compensation without assessing actual damage would be legally irresponsible as well as economically disastrous for the country with over 90 crore digital users. Second, the DPDP Act does not block citizens from seeking compensation. Victims can still approach civil courts, consumer forums, or evoke existing legal remedies under contract law and the IT law. The law deliberately avoids duplicating or confusing judicial processes. Thirdly, the penalty goes from state to state because data breaches affect public trust as well as national digital infrastructure, not just individual users. This is how the environmental law, competition law, and the financial regulation function worldwide. So this was my response to their question. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. And additionally, I also want to answer one of the questions that Nishant asked about.
Honorable Member of Parliament, please avoid pointing at people.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Chair. Additionally, I want to also answer one of the questions that Nishant asked about the constitution being allowing it to be fully opaque, whereas DPDP allows it to be partially opaque, if I'm not wrong. Was that the question? So, DPDP does allow limited opacity. The DPDP does allow opacity, but only in regulated and justified ways. So, in no way are we, taking the data without the public's harm, means putting public in harm's way or any other derogatory situation.
So, contributing to the discussion, I personally would raise two issues, I think, which should be open for discussion anyway. So let us say that if a data fiduciary is that is, i.e. a company, is worth 50 crore. Please resume your seats. Yeah. So let us say that there is a data fiduciary or a company that is worth 50 lakhs, and according to the regulation, the fine is 250 crores. So how is a company worth 50 lakh supposed to pay 250 crores? Like, is it, the number seems to be very arbitrary in that case. So that seems to be one concern which is open for discussion. Another aspect of discussion can be is that according to the bill that is in front of us, even if an agent, of a fiduciary, a data agent, manipulates the data or misuses the data, data fiduciary seems to be targeted according to this bill, which might not work well for the companies, and so it might not work well for finance of the country. So how is it being addressed? Either minister can give their remarks, or even opposition can contribute for the discussion. Minister of IT might respond, I believe.
So, Honorable Speaker, as you mentioned in the first one, where a big company who has a lot of money, why 250 crores might sound less to them?
I believe my notice was the opposite. The company is worth 50 lakh. It doesn't make sense to have a fine of 250 crores.
So we also have to consider there are many small companies or just startups who are using the same law. They have to, the same startup, if it's starting in India, they have to go through the same processes as Indian government says. So for them, it is a much amount of time or much amount of money. But for the bigger companies, since it's international, this kind of information is only restricted to Indian citizens, not of any other countries. If the Amazon say their data has been breached and their information has been leaked, until and unless an Indian person is involved in the data breach, then till then the law won't be applied, or the act won't be applied, sir.
Okay. MP Mr. Trijan would like to contribute to the discussion.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chairperson. The thing is, Google company or any other big companies has faked the cybercrime and also been hacked by engineers or someone else. Why can't this company like cyber platform like DPDP can be hacked? Or whether when it will be hacked, is there any composition given to the customers or the persons, is my question.
While I would request MP to resume their seat. While we contemplate and continue the discussion, the chair is open for amendments. MP Tanush would like to respond.
Honorable Chair, under the GDPR, data protection authorities, DPAS, are constitutionally and institutionally dependent regulators. They are insulated from control through fixed independent budgets and legal safeguards. This independence is crucial because DPAS often investigates state government database and executive agencies. Trust rises from this clear separation of powers. In constant, India's Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023, DPDP establishes a Data Protection Board, DPB, whose members are appointed, controlled, and removable by the central government. Its budget, staffing, and functioning are also executive dependent, as the board may be required to investigate the very government bodies that constitute it. From a constitutional perspective, this weakness, regulator and public trust without independence enforcement raises becoming selective, especially in cases involving national security or large state data projects. While judicial review remains a safeguard, it is exposed and costly, not a substitute for day-to-day regulator independence. Therefore, unlike GDPR, DPDP relies more on executive good faith than institutional checks. Until the board is granted independence, transparent appointments, and functional autonomic, citizens have reasonable grounds to question its neutrality and effectiveness as a data protection regulator. Thank you.
Parliamentarian Ishit would like to respond. 2 minutes has been allotted to the parliamentarian.
So I wanted to respond to the question that the chair had asked about what if a company is not able to give the 250 crore penalty. So in that case, 250 crore is not the fine line. It is mentioned that the fine will be maximum, the maximum amount will be 250 crore. So hence, it is not a fine line that the company has to pay 250 crore as it is. So then the penalty is proportional and not automatic to the deciding of the crime or the issue at hand. The Data Protection Board of India, it will decide the penalty that has to be filled by that company. It considered factors like the nature and seriousness of the breach, whether or not it was intentional, the size and turnover of the company, and the efforts taken to prevent or reduce harm. Small or medium companies are not slapped with the maximum penalty. Also, 250 crores is a ceiling and not the default, that as I said. It is the worst case scenario that can happen. So assuming that the company is really huge and in case the data breach occurs there, so there we can consider a 250 crore fine as the fine line. That's all.
Leader of Opposition is granted 15 minutes to present final remarks from the opposition.
Honorable Chair and my dear parliamentarians, so far we have discussed and asked many questions from the opposition, but none of it were answered by the ruling properly. We had asked many questions about the localization of the data and how it is not done in our country. Our Prime Minister is boasted as a person of global influence, that he has a good friendship with South Africa. But even African countries have localized data, but not India. How is this right, sir? I am not saying that India, we should compare the bill to the outside countries, but India should rise to the global standards. While in Europe, we see general data protection, even India does not have that. It's only up to digital data. And the other matter is that the compensation provided, compensation asked by the companies is eaten by the government itself, and none of it to the victims. How is this right? And if the government is eating the compensation which is paid by the companies, what do they do with it? And how is the data protected by the government if the government in itself is too much powerful and acts as a dictator in protecting the data? And the Data Protection Board, it is not at all independent, and in that it cannot make its own decisions. And it is influenced by the legislature and the executive. And in that, how do we assure the citizens' transparency? How do we assure that the citizens' data is protected properly? And these flaws have not been answered by the opposition correctly as well. And regarding the RTI which is provided by the Constitution, the right provided by the Constitution is also not mentioned, also not answered by the ruling correctly to us. While the Constitution provides the right to information and the right to transparency, when we put the question forward, the opposition did not answer properly as well. So in this regard, we asked the ruling to consider these matters carefully. Sir, I have already sent you the 6 amendments that we would like to add to the bill. First of all is that we would like the data to be localized. Since we are a huge country with one of the fastest growing economy, we would like it to have localized data centers that our citizens' data might be protected from outside. Should be the 10% of their total net worth, that it might not be a burden on the smaller companies. Third thing is that the data should not be only considered to the digital data, but also the general data as in the GDPR, which is followed in the European countries. Now in India, we only consider digital data, whereas such a huge country with lots of provisions, lot of people and a lot of resources and mandating the bill only to digital data is completely invaluable. It is using less sources that we have. So I ask the Honorable Chair to keep in mind that this should also be put to general data protection.
Before we request Prime Minister to give his final remarks, are there any amendments from the government that you would like to propose? Any amendments are to be submitted in a written format before the end of your speech? All right. So you can commence your final remarks.
ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಸದನದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರೇ, ಇಂದು ಈ ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆಯಾಗುತ್ತಿರುವ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾನೂನು ವಿಚಾರವೆಂದು ಅಥವಾ ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ವಾದವೆಂದು ಸೀಮಿತಗೊಳಿಸುವುದು ನ್ಯಾಯವಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಭಾರತದ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ನಾಗರಿಕನ ಡಿಗ್ನಿಟಿ, ಅವನ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಲಿಬರ್ಟಿ ಮತ್ತು ಗಣರಾಜ್ಯದ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಅನ್ನು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶಿಸುವ ವಿಚಾರವಾಗಿದೆ. ಇಂತಹ ವಿಷಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾತನಾಡುವಾಗ ಅರ್ಧ ಸತ್ಯಕ್ಕೂ ಅಸ್ಪಷ್ಟತೆಗೂ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇರಬಾರದು. ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಂತಿಮತೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಈ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದಲೇ ನಾನು ಇಂದು ಈ ಸದನದ ಮುಂದೆ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾದ ನಿಲುವನ್ನು ಇರಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಗೌಪ್ಯತೆ ಯಾವ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನೀಡಿದ ಕನ್ಸೆಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಹಕ್ಕು. ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 21ರ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜೀವನ ಮತ್ತು ಗೌರವ ಹಕ್ಕಿನ ಅರ್ಥವೇ ಗೌಪ್ಯತೆ. ಅದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಚಾಯ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಫಂಡಮೆಂಟಲ್ ರೈಟ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಸತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಸಂವಿಧಾನವು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಘೋಷಿಸಿದೆ. KS ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಪುಟ್ಟಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಂಶಯಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಆ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ, ದುರ್ಬಲಗೊಳಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬದಲಾಗಿ ಆ ತೀರ್ಪಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಘೋಷಿತವಾದ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳನ್ನು ನಾಗರಿಕನ ಕೈಗೆ ತಲುಪಿಸುವ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಲೆಜಿಸ್ಲೇಟಿವ್ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ವರ್ಕ್ನ ಮೂಲಕ ಕಾರ್ಯರೂಪಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದಿದೆ. ಹಕ್ಕನ್ನು ಘೋಷಿಸುವುದು ಒಂದು ಹಂತವಾದರೆ, ಆ ಹಕ್ಕು ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನುಭವವಾಗುವುದು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಹಂತ. ಈ ಕಾನೂನು ಆ ಎರಡನೆಯ ಹಂತವನ್ನು ಸಾಧಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿಯೇ ರೂಪಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಕೆಲವರು ವಿದೇಶಿ ಕಾನೂನುಗಳನ್ನು ಕಂಪ್ಯಾರಿಟಿವ್ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ನೀಡುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಸದನ ಒಂದು ಮೂಲಭೂತ ಸತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಒಪ್ಪಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಯುರೋಪಿಯನ್ ಸಮಾಜ ಭಾರತ ಸಮಾಜವಲ್ಲ. ಅಮೇರಿಕದ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಡ್ರಿವನ್ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಭಾರತದ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಓರಿಯೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಅನೇಕ ದೇಶಗಳು ಡಾಟಾವನ್ನು ಕಮರ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಎಸಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಭಾರತ ಮಾತ್ರ ಡೇಟಾವನ್ನು ಇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡಿದೆ. ಗುರುತಿಲ್ಲದವನಿಗೆ ಗುರುತು ನೀಡಿದ್ದು ಡಾಟಾ, ಖಾತೆ ಇಲ್ಲದವನಿಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಖಾತೆ ತಲುಪಿಸಿದ್ದು ಡಾಟಾ, ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸೇವೆಯಿಂದ ದೂರ ಇದ್ದವನಿಗೆ ಆಡಳಿತವನ್ನು ತಲುಪಿಸಿದ್ದು ಡಾಟಾ. ಇದು ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಂದಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತೆ ನೀತಿಯನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಇದು ದುರ್ಬಲತೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಸರ್ವೈಂಗ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್. ಡೇಟಾ ಮಿನಿಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಒಂದು ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲಿ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಡ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಂಶಯವಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಅನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಗವರ್ನೆನ್ಸಿಂದ ಬೇರ್ಪಡಿಸಲಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ.
ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇರುವ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ತೆಗೆದುಹಾಕುವುದು ನಾಗರಿಕರ ಹಿತಕ್ಕೆ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾದದ್ದು. ಯಾವುದೇ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಮೂಲಭೂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ನೀಡಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯವಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಸೇವೆ ನೀಡಲಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಕೂಡ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಡೇಟಾವಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯವಿಲ್ಲ. ಫಂಡಮೆಂಟಲ್ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಂತಿರಬಾರದು. ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಅಥವಾ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಕಾರಣಗಳಿಂದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಸ್ ಅಗತ್ಯವಾಗಬಹುದು, ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಚ್ಯೂಟರಿ ಲಿಮಿಟ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಇರಬೇಕು. ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ಡ್ ಎಂಬ ಪದಗಳು ಆಡಳಿತ ಸೌಕರ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡಬಹುದು, ಆದರೆ ನಾಗರಿಕನಿಗೆ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡಲಾರೆವು. ಡೆಮಾಕ್ರಸಿ ಎಂದರೆ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಕನ್ವೀನಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಡೆಮಾಕ್ರಸಿ ಎಂದರೆ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರುವ ಕಾನೂನು. ಇದು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ರೂಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಲಾ ಮೇಲೆ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು. ದಂಡಗಳ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಮುಖ್ಯವಲ್ಲ, ಸರ್ಟೇನಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಎನ್ಫೋರ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಈ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ದಂಡಗಳು ಪ್ರೊಪೋರ್ನೇಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿವೆ. ಭಯ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಸುವುದು ಗುರಿಯಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ಸ್ಗಳ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ನೇ ನಮಗೆ ಗುರಿ. ಇದೇ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್, ಇದೇ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಗವರ್ನೆನ್ಸ್. ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದರೆ ಈ ಕಾನೂನು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿದೆ, ಸಂವಿಧಾನಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಯೋಗ್ಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ನಾಗರಿಕನ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ನಾಗರಿಕನಿಗಾಗಿ. ಈ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಡೌಟ್ಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಉಳಿದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಸದನಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ದೇಶದ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಈ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಅಶ್ಯೂರೆನ್ಸನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಕ್ತಾಯಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
The chair is open for amendments. Both the parties have 2 minutes to submit all their amendments. The government has submitted 2 amendments to the bill, and the opposition has submitted 4 amendments to the bill. Each government as well as opposition each has 2 minutes to explain the amendment that they would like to introduce. Starting with government.
ಇಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮುಖೇನ ಆಗುವಂತಹ 2 ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಈ ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಗ್ರೀವನ್ಸ್ ರಿಡ್ರೆಸಲ್ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ 90 ದಿನಗಳ ಅವಧಿ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಯುಗದ ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕತೆಗೆ ಹೊಂದಿಕೆಯಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಡೇಟಾ ಬ್ರೀಚ್ ಆದ ಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಗರಿಕನ ಹಣ, ಐಡೆಂಟಿಟಿ ಮತ್ತು ಗೌರವ ಅಪಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಸೈಬರ್ ಹಾರ್ಮ್ಗೆ ಡಿಲೇಡ್ ರೆಮಿಡಿ ನ್ಯಾಯವಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಡಿಲೇಡ್ ಈಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಡೆನೀಡ್ ಎಂಬ ತತ್ವ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 21ನೇ ಅಂತರಾರ್ಥವಾಗಿದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಗ್ರೀವನ್ಸ್ ರೆಡ್ರೆಸಲ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತ 15 ದಿನದ ಒಳಗೆ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ನೆಸೆಸಿಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಈ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಕ್ಸೆಸ್ ಟು ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಡಾಟಾ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಚ್ಯೂಟರಿ ಲಿಮಿಟ್ಸ್ ಅಗತ್ಯವಿದೆ. ಪ್ರೈವೇಸಿ ಒಂದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಫಂಡಮೆಂಟಲ್ ರೈಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಂತಿರಬಾರದು. ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಅಥವಾ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಕಾರಣಗಳಿಂದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಸ್ ಅಗತ್ಯವಾಗಬಹುದು, ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಚ್ಯೂಟರಿ ಲಿಮಿಟ್ಸ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಇರಬೇಕು. ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ಡ್ ಎಂಬ ಪದಗಳು ಆಡಳಿತಕ್ಕೆ ಸೌಕರ್ಯ ಕೊಡಬಹುದು, ಆದರೆ ನಾಗರಿಕನಿಗೆ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡಲಾರೆವು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಈ ಪಾಲಿಸಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ.
Leader of opposition may explain 4 amendments that they would like to introduce.
Honorable Chair and members of the Parliament, we opposition bring forth 4 amendments to the bill. Number 1, classification of data. The data should be classified in terms of the types of data as personal data or sensitive personal data and others. And in this we are not comparing ourselves to the
Only the amendments that are specific are to be accepted. So only the amendments that is 2, 4, 5 and 6 of your proposition are to be presented in front of the House.
Yes, dear Chair. Proper compensation to the victim should be provided. The bill should provide proper compensation to the victim whose data has been breached. And number 4, localization of data. As we are not comparing the country with other countries, their systems might be different. Their market system, USA might be a market system, but we are both countries, we are large countries, and in that we should bring India to a global level, global standard, and in that we should localize our data that it might be inside our own country. Number 5, the bill has restricted the data only, protect the only digital data which is a grave fault, and it should also protect the general data of the people, and in that it should ensure all kinds of data protection. And 6th one, 10% of the company's net worth should be penalized as a penalty to the data breach. So the net worth of whatever the net worth of the company, whether it's a 50 lakh company or a 50 crore company, 10% of it should be penalized as a penalty.
Now the House votes for the amendments. I read out the first amendment proposed in front of the House. The insurance of grievances reduced to 15 days instead of 90 days. So that is the first amendment presented in front of the House. The question is to add the amendment, ensure grievance redress in 15 days instead of 90 days. All those in favor say aye. All those contrary say no. Okay, amendment is passed. Next amendment in front of the House is defining hard limits on government access requirements to be specified by the DPDP board. The question in front of the House is the amendment defining hard limits on government access requirement to be specified by the DPDP board. All those in favor say aye. All those contrary say no. Ayes have it, ayes have it. The amendment is passed. The next amendment in front of the House is adequate compensation should be provided to the victims. The question, I repeat, the question in front of the House is the adequate compensation should be provided to the victims. All those in favor say aye. All those contrary say no. Ayes have it. The amendment is passed. So the amendment in front of the House is data should be localized inside the country. The question in front of the House is data should be localized in front of the House, localized inside the country. All those in favor say aye. All those contrary say no. Noes have it. Amendment is rejected. Next amendment in front of the House is not just digital data but general data should also be protected. I repeat, the question in front of the House is if not just digital data but general data should also be protected. All those in favor say aye. All those contrary say no. Noes have it. The amendment is rejected. The final amendment in front of the House is 10% of the companies who allow data breach, the net worth of the 10% should be penalized. So I repeat, the question in front of the House is 10% of the net worth of the company who allow data breach should be penalized. All those in favor say aye. All those contrary say no. Noes have it. The amendment is rejected. The question in front of the House is whether DPDP 25 with 3 amendments, that is ensure grievance redress to 15 days, not 90 days. That is the first amendment. Second amendment is defining hard limit on government access requirement to be specified by the DPDP board. The third amendment, adequate compensation should be provided to the victim. Along with 3 amendments, DPDP Act is in front of the House. The question is whether the act will be passed. All those in favor say aye. All those contrary say no. Ayes have it. The bill is passed. The bill will be presented to the President for the consent. Meanwhile, the session remains suspended.
come to the last stage of how the concept of democracy works in India. From morning we had a very, I cannot tell it as intellectual, democratic session from the morning. It was not just democratic, it was intellectual, it was socialistic, it was a political setup. From morning, we started off with the inauguration. At this junction, we need to thank our chief guest of the event, our chairperson of the session, PGR Sindhya sir, from the bottom of the heart that it was a completely mind-blowing session. It was, we people felt that we were in the parliament itself with all your lot of busy schedule. You accepted our invitation and you graced the occasion. You spoke to the students about the independence, freedom growth, how the constitution came into picture, how our democracy works from the parliament level, and how the grassroots level panchayat system or the governance started. You spoke about everything. You also made us to know about what was the contribution of our former Chief Minister, Mr. Ramakrishna Hegde, including him to the development of grassroots politics in Karnataka as such. And I need to thank Satvik for his tiring training the students. And I think he might have cursed a lot for me. I used to call him, I was back of him. Sir, when you will come, when you will come. Finally, today we had our campus parliament. Then we need to thank the powerhouse of Alvas for every program. We have behind all of us a powerhouse, Mr. Shri Vivek Alva, Managing Trustee, Alva's Education Foundation. Without him, this program would not have taken a single step also. If this program is being conducted so successfully, we need to thank, all of us need to thank Vivek sir. Sir came, he inaugurated the session, he spoke about how you have seen this last year, how they conducted this and all those. And he inspired each one of us, promising to ourselves that, no sir, not this program would be successful. We will make this kind of program, not only 100 and many more for that. We need to really thank Shri Vivek Alva from bottom of the heart, who has given us this opportunity to learn what happens in the parliament. And what happens in the parliament is not seen through television. We ourselves as learned, experienced what happens in parliament or in legislature. The next person I need to really thank is our Sandhya ma'am. Last September or October, I went and met ma'am. Ma'am, we have to conduct our Constitution Day. Ma'am, we have examination, ma'am. Then we also had our cultural competition and other things. From that day onwards, the date was jumping, when it will happen. Then they had their examination, let them come. Then we had engineering college examination, they also have to participate. Homeopathy college started participating. And it was not just a school event or a college event or a department event. Whole of Alva's Education Foundation was part of campus parliament as such. Thank you very much, ma'am, for leading us, leading our students, and making this function a very, very, very memorable and successful one. Then to our Dr. Kurian sir. Sir never says no. You go with any of the proposal to him. I went to sir first. He told, Sandhya ma'am is doing something. You join with her and everything will happen. He said this sentence. Then I went to Sandhya ma'am. But today if this program has to be conducted successfully without him, things would not have happened. He is a directive factor for all the programs which happens in Alva's Education Foundation. Thank you, sir. Morning you came, you wished us, and today program has been conducted successfully. Next, Mantesh GS, Principal, Alva's Law College. He gives one green signal. You want to do that? Do that. He will not ask also what you did, what you went. And he has so much of faith with the students, with the faculties who coordinate with any event as such. Thank you very much, sir, for your great support and encouraging the students to be part of all the events of Alva's Education Foundation, sir. Thank you very much for the support, sir. Students from all over the campus of Alva's Education Foundation, it can be Vidyagiri, it can be Mijar, both came together and showed to the universe that Alva's is not just Vidyagiri, Alva's is not just Mijar. We both come together and form the strongest education foundation in the name of Alva's Education Foundation. Thank you all students for coming together and making this event a very, very, very successful one. The program has been successful. I need to thank one more department, Prasad sir and his team, Alva's journalism team, which covered all the events, all the points, everything, and there was also a YouTube live of what all happened today. We missed for a few hours here, we were busy with some other event, and from that time my mobile was on telling what was happening here. Thank you very much, sir. Prasad sir and your team, thank you very, very, very much, sir. Then all the support staff, thank you very much for making this program successful. I need to thank one person, Mr. Nitin Kumar. From the day we started this program, he is always wanting to know, ma'am, what is happening, ma'am? How many students are coming, ma'am? Whether we have to arrange the bus or not, ma'am. Thank you very much, Nitin sir, for your constant support for the successful completion of this certificate for this program, sir. I would like to thank Shilpa from Madhuban, who did the backdrop so clearly within a day. Within a day. From morning 9 o'clock, she started messaging me, ma'am, this has to happen, how much feet, what should be there, what should be the content, any correction, ma'am. Time by 4:30, poster was ready. From morning 9 till 4:30, everything was done. Shilpa ma'am, in your absentia, I really thank you from the bottom of the heart for making the event successful with the poster, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Powerhouse is back. So would you like to address? Now it's my duty to thank each one of the parliamentarians. With the short span of training, you performed really, really, really well. A big round of applause to all the parliamentarians of Alva's Education Foundation. Thank you very much. We hope this kind of programs will happen not just once in a year, at least twice in a year. One can be internal, one we can organize for the external colleges also. With permission of sir, we would like to promise him, or with his permission, we will announce one semester we will have for external colleges and one semester we will have it for internal colleges, sir. With your permission, I will announce. Thank you very much. We'll make campus parliament into a international parliamentarian session. Thank you one and all.
ಇಷ್ಟು ಕಾರ್ನರ್ ಬಂದದ್ದು. Dear students, I must appreciate you. Don't think I was not watching. I was watching through online itself. I had a chance that Sandeep kept online this thing. So in my meeting, I was keeping it separate. I saw how you spoke about him, as well as all the people, like different points, the questions what you brought in. So I was watching it in the online platform. One good news for you all is, today while in the inauguration session, Sindhya sir, he has already told that this he wants to do. So along with Satvik, as well as Sindhya, there will be a training almost 8 days prior to the session. And after the training, today what role Satvik was doing, that role Sindhya wants to take up. So such a big parliamentarian would want to take up your session. I'm very happy because I know some things were orchestrated. Already it was told like how exactly to speak. But still, you understand like how one model parliament should function. I was just thinking to myself that if at all this would have been the parliament, idu namma parliament irtidre ಎಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆದಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಅಷ್ಟು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ನೀವು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದೊಂದು ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಐ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್. ಅದು ಯಾವತ್ತಿಗೂ ನಾನು ಈಗ ಇಷ್ಟು ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇರಿಯನ್ ಡಿಬೇಟ್ಸ್ ಆಗೋದು ನೋಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಅದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅಪೋಸಿಷನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಯ್ತು ಇಷ್ಟು ಇನ್ನು ಬಡಿಬೇಡಿ, ಆಯ್ತು ಇದು ಆಯಿತು ಮುಗೀತು. ಅವ್ರು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಾನು ನೋಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಒಂದು ಇವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಅವ್ರು ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಿಮಗೆ, ಸಂಜೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಫೈಟಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ಈಚ್ ಅದರ್, ನೈಟ್ ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್. ಇದು ನಾವು ಕಣ್ಣಾರೆ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ವೈ ಸಿಂಧ್ಯಾ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ಡ್ ಇಟ್, ದಿಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್. ದಟ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಎಕ್ಸಿಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ನೀವು ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಮಹಾನಗರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕಾಣಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಆಮ್ ಐ ಟ್ರೈಂಗ್ ಟು ಟೆಲ್ ಇಸ್, somebody in the morning they are fighting so much and the night they are together. Why can't they be civil in parliament? And this civil way of acting with each other is very much required. Likewise, even that much knowledge has to be collected. One person when he is presenting or questioning, or one person is having a debate, that kind of understanding of this thing is required. One more thing with Satvik's permission I want to tell. See, I understand some things are orchestrated, but little liberty we should give in terms of how exactly they go about their entire presentations also. Some liberty I feel, there will be a humorous stretch. There will be certain small fights. So let that happen. Let us see how it functions, because it will. What is your suggestion, Satvik, about that? Can you off the TV? It's okay. Thank you. to right after we left with Scindia, I saw a big bunch of your law students also come out. I was seeing BA students from there, they were waiting to run out, and everything was, I was noticing this. Likewise itself at this moment at 4:30 in the evening, I don't think so anybody is waiting for anybody. Because you had come with this plan of this program. I congratulate Mantesh sir as well as Mamta ma'am also for coming out with this excellent program. And likewise itself, bottom of my heart, I congratulate Satvik for having that much patience to manage this. I know Satvik is a very tough person to work with. At times he's kirikiri also. But he's a good boy. Like in a sense, he was our student. And from then to now also, he's been very convicted with this. Convicted is not the right word, no? Not convicted. What's it called? Conviction. He has a strong conviction towards developing children. And I'm very happy that you all are part of this program. I wish you all the best, my dear friends. Thank you and all.